thing here. Just a moment. Okay? Just a moment.
Alliance. 2020 was a very challenging year, which culminated in the Skillman International Forum last December, which focused on redefining the future of learning. Well, this year, I would like to invite you to join us, and we're not going to focus on one theme. Oh no, this year we're going to focus on 3.
Hello?
Digital revolution,
Yes.
micro-credentials, and sharing is caring. 2020 was definitely a very challenging year, culminating in the Skillman International Forum, and I look forward to redefining the future of learning. Well, this year, I would like to invite you to join us. This year, we're going
Hello? Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello?
Si sta funzionando. Hello? Magnus, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't hear you. Sorry.
You don't hear me. Okay. I tested my microphone before. I'm not muted.
No, è già collegato, solo che ora finora sentito, ora non sento. Ci sente, ci sente. Magnus, good morning. I suppose you are hearing me. Can you?
I can hear you. I can hear
We
you.
can hear you, but very, very low. Ecco, lo sentiamo ma troppo basso. Quindi il sindaco, guarda. Okay. Magnus, can you test again the microphone?
Okay. I'm talking now. Can you hear me now?
See, yes, just a moment because it's very low. I have to increase the volume. Now we have the measure here ready to talk. It was a big problem with this microphone. I'm sorry.
Right.
Everybody, please apologize. Okay, test again your microphone.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Again.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is
Okay.
Magnus speaking.
Okay, good. Okay, we are connected. That's good. Do you hear me, Magnus? Yes? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you very much. Elena, would you like to introduce, please, very quickly, we have here the dimension meeting, very kind to stay after the time was expected. Please.
Okay, so go ahead. Good morning, hello to everybody.
I'm very pleased to open the Skillman International Forum, 7th edition of the Skillman International Forum, SIG 2021. Sorry, we are a bit late with the technical problems, but at the moment we are finally solved them. So, our SIG 2021 the 4-day conference with a very rich panel of events, workshop roundtables, pavilions, thematic rooms, booths, and also interaction with the worldwide public. And this year, the conference will be realized as hybrid event. So we will have two on-site sessions, one in Bologna, and at the moment I'm here at the premises of the Farnese Chapter, Municipality of Bologna, and tomorrow we will be hosted by the Municipality of Lisbon, Portugal, at the premises of the Portuguese Industrial Association. So, good morning again to everybody. Thank you for joining both here on site in Bologna and online. It's a great pleasure to inform you that this conference is the result of strong and close cooperation with the Skillman International Network and TVET, Assembly of the European Region, ANI, International Network for Innovation for Inclusion, and EAP, and also TVET, the European Trade Commission. It's also the result of the contribution of Colombo Staff Project, ACTIS, IDEC, ITIS-YALO, and Asian Development. So thank you very much to this partner organization and having given a very important contribution to the overall organization of the event and for managing some events foreseen during our 4-day program. Now, before leaving the floor to the keynote speakers of today, it's a pleasure to thank you, the Municipality of Bologna and the Emilia-Romagna region, for hosting our conference here in this plenary session. And it's a pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Matteo Lepore, Mayor of the Municipality of Bologna. Please, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here and hosting the conference.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure for us to have you here in Bologna and in Emilia-Romagna. This is such an important international event, and for us it's important to have you here, especially since the forum aims addressing the role of education and skill in fostering the recovery of European territories after the hardship of the COVID-19 pandemic. Education and skills are among our most valuable resources, and they play a crucial role for research and innovation. The pandemic, has highlighted the interdependency between people and between local, national, and European communities. We have rediscovered how much our well-being is incontinent on the well-being of others. We have understood how irrelevant borders can become at times exposed in the face of crisis. There are no safe havens. We can only confront crisis together for solid cooperation and constant exchange of best practices. The European initiative, Next Generation EU, along with the new structural funds, represent a unique opportunity for Italy and for European countries to respond to the deep crisis that we are living and to reprogram our development model from a more sustainable lens for people and the environment. In Bologna, we have already shown that we can put European resources to good use. With the PON Metro, as we call the multi-foundation operational program in cities, we have invested over 40 million euros to strengthen development and territorial cohesion. Today, thanks to the European initiative REACT-EU, Bologna can count over 80 million euros for its recovery, with special attention to challenges of climate change and digital transformation. Over 222 million euros from the NRP enable us to fund a second line of the city subway, which will revolutionize our mobility and how allow us to improve traffic and quality of air. I would like to leave you with a message that I believe must guide our action and our ways moving forward. We will only get out of this crisis together. Europe and member states, with the cities and with more citizens. We must reclaim a world that way too often has been confined to margins of institutional action, and that today, one of the hardest times of the last century, regain its strength. That word is solidarity. The culture of solidarity is key to find the Europe of people, promoting with heaven more conviction the engagement of citizens. And this is also thanks to today's meeting with the European Commission, which can contribute to advancing strategies for sustainable growth, innovation, and social cohesion. I wish you all a good and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech and for your message regarding the culture of solidarity. So now it's time to give the floor to Mr. Sebastiano Pero, Regional Minister of Vocational Education and Training, Employment Policies, Apulia region. I remember all of you that this SIP 2021 is realized under the framework initiative of the Global Skillman Global Center of Vocational Excellence. So please, Mr. Sebastiano Leo, are you connected? Can you hear us? No, we have Mr. Sebastiano Leo.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, hello, good morning.
Buongiorno. Intanto grazie per l'invito e un buongiorno a tutti. Ovviamente io sono molto contento e soddisfatto di questa iniziativa, questo focus sulla promozione del COV Puglia ITS Cuccovillo e questa adesione alla rete Skillman. Ribadisco ovviamente la grandissima valenza di questo progetto e l'interesse da parte dell'assessorato che rappresento ad attivare sempre di più una collaborazione a livello internazionale tramite appunto questa rete Skillman a cui aderisce il COV pugliese. E ovviamente ringrazio tutti quanti e ovviamente esorto anche a seguire il panel che presenterà il nostro ITS Cuccovillo, che è un'eccellenza in Italia. Noi vogliamo ovviamente iniziare anche a costruire rapporti internazionali e vogliamo che il nostro mismatch tra domanda e offerta di lavoro sia assolutamente anche come dire un po' più aderente a quelle che sono le iniziative che l'Europa mette in campo. Quindi vogliamo competenze e far acquisire sempre di più ai nostri giovani, ai nostri ragazzi e ragazze competenze importanti, abilità importanti che chiaramente serviranno indubbiamente ad entrare e a rimanere nel mondo del lavoro. Quindi questi sono chiaramente le nostre intenzioni. Ringrazio anche l'onorevole Gemma che tanto sta facendo per questa iniziativa. Vi ringrazio tutti quanti e auguro ovviamente buon lavoro a tutti. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastiano Leo, for this speech, for your institutional meetings. We hope to have you online for the following events of the SIP 2021. Now it's time to give the floor to Mr. Giovanni Prisona, Skillman Network. Please, Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Just a moment.
Good morning to everybody. We experiment some technical problem. I don't know for the 360-degree vision. It's 0-degree vision. Okay, I have a presentation. I will share my screen. Thank you very much, Elena, for the kind introduction. And thank you for the passion that our host have with us. Now, starting the sharing. Okay. So. Okay. So there is someone with the open elbow in the room with the telephone. So we kindly ask to close all the microphones. Otherwise, clinician is telling me that there is an echo. So I will talk about the state of the art of our network. This is something that was started in 2014. Currently, we are covering plus 90 countries in the world. We know that many friends and colleagues are connected now, follow us. Nevertheless, COVID restriction, we are trying to meet here in an hybrid environment that we experimented is very difficult. I received some phone calls from colleagues congratulating for this, but in fact it's very stressing, I would say. Tomorrow we will be in Lisbon. This is really the challenge, but it's the current challenge that all the population in the world have experimented, and we have to change our behaviors, our life. We try to deal with the new situation. So the network was started, I said, in 2014, and it was a long journey, so starting from a vision of the future at that time, and to go to a complete situation. I think that in the book they are not using the right. If you launch from the computer. We have moved from a vision that was collaborating companies with TVET providers, and now we arrived at the end of this long journey to ethical vision that we have published in 2021. So we are bringing different values and different ideas on the table. And I'm going to present some of these main concepts that we have behind the Skillman network. I would introduce the results of the previous Skillman International Forums, starting from the conclusion of 2019 in Florence, and also what was then elaborated by our learning clips. We concluded that mega trends like urbanization, climate change, shifting in economic powers, demographic changes that we experience, and technological disruption and pandemic were affecting the society in a way that interests them, because the economic and workplace changes in a way make the human capital in the center. And this that we are working now also called the aspect that the human capital must be ready for the skills for industry that we call now 5.0. And everybody agreed, we discussed it, and we arrived to our conclusions. Now, many agree that we need to focus green skills, digital skills, and ethical skills. So, the human capital for the future. I would like to take inspiration from my friends of ICT Innovation for Manufacturing, the Small Medium Enterprises project, that recently showed me a chart. I have taken the main points from this, and propose to reflect on what is the Industry 5.0. So it is not a new revolution, it is not a tech approach, it's not something that changes the technological aspect, it's not another digital transformation, it's a complement of Industry 4.0. It's a human-centric approach and is a need in sum of workforce transformation. So the human capital that we are looking for has to be ready for Industry 5.0. And the Industry 5.0 is a concept that is not yet touchable. You can imagine, but there is not yet. So we need a human-centric approach. We have challenges because we belong to the TVET drive. Yes. And we need to re-engineer the TVET for change. We need to anticipate, to adapt, and to improve our system. I have another mention to make. A few days ago, we met with the colleagues, European Commission colleagues from the digital skills reflection. They about a reflection on digital skills. They were mentioning that 44% of Europeans lack on basic digital skills. This is very meaningful data. So this means that we know to make something and to improve this percentage. And we need to move from intellectual to practical knowledge. We need to equip individuals with skills, credentials for this envisaged future. And in our discussion, we also put the need to give a sense to learn, meaning the ethical that we want to learn. So adaptation, anticipation, adaptation, improvement, bringing ethical values in the discussion, moving to qualifications. And we need to put this ethical impact in all these settings, discussions, what we think for the future. And the conclusion of this talk was that we need to move to a new planet where all qualifications that we provide have roles. These qualifications have roles, of course, in the education system. If you get a certificate, you have it, and it is very valid in the education environment. But the same qualification has a value also in other dimensions. So this planet of qualifications make me think that in this drive I have a certificate that has a value that I provide because I use it to look for a job. But also at the end in the society, because I play a role in the society. So in this regard, I think there is a shift among the education system and the TVET that is a new role for TVET. Because we talk about the relevance of TVET, not only because we look for a job, we look for labor market, because also we look to provide people with skills for the life. And this was also underlined by our commissioner, Schmidt, which says that vocational education and training is more important than ever. Of course, we say, and we read in the European Commission website from 1 year that vocational education and training responds to the needs of the economy, but also provide the learners with skills important for personal development this is the point, and also for active citizenship. So we are aligned. The European Commission says that our role is very important. Good. So we need to move to the future within the present in mind, moving to the planet of qualifications, designing the curriculum for the qualifications of tomorrow. So we design today the curriculum, but the qualifications will arrive tomorrow, will be spent tomorrow. So we need to design learning pathways, making the learners part of this game, more conscious and responsible for the future, because the qualifications will go to the current learners. And of course, that all us, we are learners in the concept of lifelong learning. So the key is the credentials to access. You move from here to a new planet, the planet of qualifications, and you need to have the key to open this drive. So providing credentials for the future, moving to the learning account from the institutions, from the training providers to individuals. And this is the concept that is behind the Europass. So, for example, we will try to release a Europass certificate, a digital badge, to all the participants, offline and online. And this is the concept. So to access to the future, we need to start with the learning accounts. We need to design the curriculum. We need to define the competencies, the skills, the knowledges that you acquire with any experience, and we need to provide individuals with learning accounts. This is the key for the future. I'm very sorry that you cannot see my screen. It's not possible to connect that computer to Zoom. That's why. Okay. So the future with the present in mind. I hope that Magnus is watching my screen. I think you have a beautiful background. Congratulations. So the design of learning accounts is the key for the success. Just to mention two documents, this is on the policy brief of the future of work, and also we can consider the most recent approach of European Union to micro-credentials. There are several now other governments that have also mentioned this, because I want to introduce our also contribution to this idea, provide people with the keys for the future. And this idea was called the CODEX, Global Codex.eu initiative, that is a constitutional platform of skills ecosystems, joined by regional authorities in charge of the smart specialization platforms, ministries of TVET and others, and of course the center we have the training providers, bringing together individual codex with the support of all the Skillman partners network. This was launched 2 years ago, and in sum, this global codex initiative put together the composition that David Fitchwood identified by the four components: the companies, the policy makers, the VET providers, and the individuals, together to compose this triangle for innovation, the high skills ecosystems that put together research, TVET, and higher education, and business together. In this regard, we look to the flow of the innovation funnel that is identified by or defined by the smart transition platforms approach, and we try to grab information from this flow that starts from an idea and goes to business. And in this flow, we try to catch information, consulting all the stakeholders that are involved, to put this information in curricular design. process. We have to support these and to support our colleagues. We have established a systematic approach to quality that is called excellence in this case. So we have a self-assessment tool that mechanism that looks to identify the excellence for the consortiums that belongs to the Global Congress initiative. I would like to mention also Andreas Schlecker, that is one of the my preferred speakers in this conference. Andreas was showing, I think, a meaningful slide time ago I catched from him. He was saying that we used to learn to do the work. Now learning is the work. So we were acquainted to learn to make some job. But now the situation is different. We need to learn every day, and the learning is the work, Andrea says. So we have also in our proposal global ideas, we also have this idea that the ambient, the work environment must be reshaped, must be rethought, redesigned, and we need to move to a new ambient that is not only to produce, but is also to learn in the same context. So not anymore a place where you work and you learn, but a place where you work and learn in the same moment. This means that you have to activate all the possibility that technologies offer to us. So you have to look to knowledge sharing, mobile tech solutions, video technologies, Internet of Things concept, the sensors that can put you in connection with the ambient, augmented and virtual reality, geolocalization functionalities, and many more, to create what I call the skill rings. So it's an ambient, a new working ambient, where you can have people, workers, learners in the same time, and they can provide inputs to the system, and they can get outputs from the system. They can have a contextualized learning because it's on the job. They can have a social learning because they can share with colleagues. They can have a proactive influence in the system. They can create knowledge because they can put information in the system. When they work, they produce information and have other colleagues to learn. They can make a social sharing of these contents. They can also reward and link to other contexts. They can be also involved in verification. And then new information can circulate. And this information that also comes from the machineries and comes from the ambient through these sensors can be used, shared, valorized. And this is the sense of the learning factories that we have in mind, where these skills rings works continuously to provoke a learning environment, to make the work place a learning environment. Another aspect that we discussed a lot in the last year was the lockdown effect on our way to work. And there is a statistic from Iowa where under this data, 94% of the work population was affected by lockdown measures. And CERFO this year said that the remote working became widely used, and there are research from CERFO that says that at least 75% of workers, of the active workers in Europe, have experimented remote working. It's a very important change in our working behaviors, and we discussed how these make changes in our perspective of educators for TVET sector, thinking to the workplaces that we organize for our students. And in this regard, we started to talk about virtual mobility, because if it is possible virtual distance working, remote working, why not remote mobility, I mean virtual mobility for work placements of our trainees. And of course, it's not easy. There is too much, very much, many things that must be taught and designed, but anyway, it is possible. So, from teleworking to distance work-based learning experience to learn as a virtual community. So, business culture is changed, not only in Europe, globally, and to anticipate the changes, implementing this work-based learning in the best way, we need to rethink internship experiences. So we can move, the idea is that we can move now from blended work-based learning virtual mobility experiences to pure virtual mobility in the future. But this is the challenge, I think this is the direction, because not only our students, our learners have this perspective. There are many workers that at least 50 million of people work on this platform, like Upwork, I don't remember the names, but these platforms where you can provide like freelance, you can provide your services. So we need to make this, we need data-driven companies, we need to have availability of collaboration platforms, and we have seen how these platforms grown in the last period. We need communication solutions that allow us to interact with the trainee and the company and to manage what we normally do in person. We need these automatic coaching systems that help us manage the experience. We need virtual offices and also virtual coffee corners, because we have to reproduce a situation that works not only to learn exactly the hard components of the experience, but even the relation. We have to recreate the relations that, of course, are not the same like in person. But then you have to work, because you have to collaborate. And what was happening before in the coffee corner now must be reproduced in a virtual way. So, in a final view of this vision, I would say that this kind of excellence in TVET must be for all. And this, I want to mention two documents. There is a European Foundation that I have to thanks to Martin, because of this collaboration has been launched 1.5 years ago. And we have a daily collaboration because we share this concept of excellence for all. Excellence not for elites, excellence for all. This is very important, and I think this is a brand, it's a fixed point that we have to keep up to everything, and it's a vision that was published in this book published by European Foundation. Another collaboration important we have discussed many times in the context of Asian development, and there is this book that will be also presented during the next days, Opening Learning Society during a regional discussion, and where there is a specific chapter talking about our network. So I have ended the presentation. Thank you very much to be here. Thank you very much for having this experience together. For me, it's a challenge, but it's also a real pleasure to benefit from the interaction that there will be in the next days. We have several networking sessions. I hope that the hour will be more better than today. And then Elena,
Okay.
the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, for your presentation, for sharing with us your vision, and for sharing with us some of the key concepts of our CIF 2021. I remember that during these days, we developed several events following 3 pillars: green and digital revolution, sharing is caring, and micro-credentials. So now it's time to leave the floor to Mr. Julian G., IVETA President, who will share with us IVETA contribution to the debate on skills evolution and excellence in TVET. Julian, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, please.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much. Hello to everybody, wherever you are in the world. I would first of all like to congratulate Skillman for working so tirelessly to put this big and difficult event on. It's a hybrid event. Also, thank you very much to the authorities of Bologna and Lisbon on behalf of the Skillman Alliance. So as you can see, I am representing IVETA, the International Vocational Education and Training Association. And today I'm going to talk about our role in the Skillman Alliance and how we see the future. So, as you know, vocational education and training is usually around the world considered the second best option. You know, it's like the poor cousin to higher education. It's probably, you know, what people say, oh, you couldn't get into university. Well, why don't you go to technical college instead? Or maybe it's because people feel they're not rich or smart or privileged enough. But I'm happy to report that TVET is changing its narrative across the world, and also the Skillman Alliance is doing a lot to help this. Typical vocational jobs that you have seen in the past are all these things here on the left, but I'd like to invite you to have a mindset shift to see that, okay, sometimes you think that these are really low blue collar type jobs, but they can actually be white collar jobs as well, and much higher level as well, because the skill sets that we need for vocational jobs are no different to what you see in higher end jobs. So last year, the World Economic Forum released its top 10 skills for 2025, and you can see them here listed nicely for you. But at a closer glance, you will see that most of these areas are areas that you would traditionally associate with vocational education and training. So therefore, there is absolutely no less value in a TVET career or in a TVET education. So therefore, I urge people to consider the importance of having these skills that would be traditionally associated with TVET, and now it's been thrust into the mainstream as top 10 skills. So let's continue with this as we go forward. Now, recent European initiatives include the Pact for Skills, Center of Vocational Excellence, Digital Competencies for Educators, European Skills Agenda, and key recommendations for lifelong learning, as well as micro-credentials. All of these things have been mentioned by Dr. Giovanni in his address earlier on. Now, what have all these got to do with the Skillman Alliance? Well, really, what we are doing, even in IVETA, is to push these concepts, even if they are not under these particular headings. And we have now come up with a global COVES model. So in case you don't know COVES, they are the Centers of Vocational Excellence. What we have done with this model that we are proposing is to look at international networking and collaboration. And so far we have over 70 organizations, including all sorts of stakeholders, such as government bodies, industry associations, manufacturers, and VET and higher education institutions. And we're focusing really on digital skills because we see this as the way forward. For example, with big data, Internet of Things, virtual and augmented realities, and that sort of stuff. But also, we are looking at how we can foster a transition to greener and circular economies, because this is the way forward. And with the recent COP26 conference in Glasgow, that also shows that we really need to be looking at greener solutions. So really, this is our way forward, and the work that needs to be done going forward include accessibility and inclusivity, because not everybody has the same ability and opportunity. So we need to level up across the world. Everything that we have said so far in the last two presentations include digital literacy and technical prowess. And we need to be able to integrate our education with industry, whether it be through work-based learning or through other mechanisms, so that it is a seamless transition for students into the world of work. And again, as the picture shows you, we need to consider the idea of green sustainability, and not just carbon footprint, but the impact footprint, because everything we do in our lives will have an impact. So I know we are running short of time, so that is my presentation for today. I will be around in the chat cafes and that sort of stuff, so feel free to drop me a line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for your speech, your contribution to our CIF 2021. Now we can go on with our panelists of today, and it's a pleasure to give the floor to Mrs. Morena Diazzi, General Director, Knowledge Economy, Employment and Enterprises, Emilia-Romagna region. Mrs. Diazzi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
Oh, thank you.
The floor is yours.
For this invitation. And if it is possible, I can also speak in Italian because I have the translation. So there are the stakeholders of my place. So I think if for you it's the same, I can just for my exposition, I prefer to use Italian. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
This is the same for you. Okay. Perfect. So io sono direttore generale di questa direzione che si chiama appunto Economia della Conoscenza, del lavoro e delle imprese. Quello che è importante è proprio il network fra questi tre punti, che sono appunto le competenze, la formazione, il lavoro e l'impresa. In questi anni la Regione Emilia-Romagna ha lavorato tantissimo per sostenere e per sviluppare network a livello regionale, nazionale e anche internazionale, che ci consentano di utilizzare le relazioni per fare crescere il sistema della formazione professionale nella nostra regione. Voglio citare il grande sforzo che abbiamo fatto per costituire l'associazione degli ITS, cioè dei corsi post diploma che abbiamo nella nostra regione. Sono oggi previsti per il 2022 34 corsi. E questa associazione è molto importante poiché mette insieme imprese, enti di formazione e la parte ovviamente delle scuole e dell'università. E poi abbiamo la fondazione FUP, che per noi è importantissima, che è un'associazione proprio degli imprenditori, delle associazioni della nostra regione, che insieme all'università si stanno sviluppando la formazione professionale in connessione con tutte le lauree professionalizzanti, quindi le lauree professionalizzanti che tengono conto sia delle esigenze delle imprese, sia di quelle dei nuovi skills appunto che sono necessari per le grandi trasformazioni, digitale e green innanzitutto, e che quindi collegano il mondo della formazione con il mondo dell'università. Questo per noi è molto importante, aprire il mondo della formazione e connetterlo fortemente ai contesti territoriali nei quali operano. Come Regione Emilia-Romagna abbiamo poi previsto un nuovo sistema di accreditamento degli enti di formazione dove un punto centrale, il vero key point, è esattamente quello di fare in modo che gli enti di formazione siano sempre di più degli attori dello sviluppo e siano quindi fortissimamente connessi con gli altri attori del nostro contesto. Questa riforma ha previsto anche un grande sostegno finanziario da parte della Regione, proprio per fare in modo che questi enti si dotino dei laboratori, facciano gli accordi e le partnership con tutti i diversi soggetti, in modo tale da avere quindi una offerta formativa che sia più legata, più moderna, più digitalizzata, più attenta al tema della transizione ecologica, fondamentale per la nostra regione e per il nostro paese, che sia in grado di connettersi al mondo della ricerca e dell'innovazione. Noi siamo una regione stronger ormai dal punto di vista dell'innovazione, siamo molto felici di aver raggiunto questo risultato e vogliamo che tutto il mondo della formazione si connetta con il mondo della ricerca che abbiamo creato in questi anni e che ci ha consentito di raggiungere questo importante traguardo. E poi naturalmente l'apertura internazionale di questo sistema della formazione, quindi il sostegno alle azioni di internazionalizzazione e di creazione quindi di scambi e di esperienze con il resto del contesto. Siamo quindi in linea ovviamente con diciamo, i centri i Centers of Vocational Excellence dell'Unione Europea. Siamo ovviamente molto interessati a svilupparli perché è proprio la nostra logica che è quella di connettere questo sistema della formazione con gli altri soggetti e riteniamo quindi che questo diciamo, debba essere l'impegno principale che ci assumiamo. Tutto questo lavoro per noi è fatto anche attraverso soggetti che abbiamo già creato a scala territoriale, come i nostri cluster, che hanno questa vocazione specifica sui settori di massima specializzazione nella nostra regione e che mettono al proprio interno imprese, enti di formazione ed enti di ricerca, proprio per costruire questo nuovo sistema di opportunità per la formazione professionale nella nostra regione. Quindi io già partecipiamo a diverse iniziative, spero che la nostra partecipazione sia sempre più viva, sempre più diretta e credo quindi che, come già sentirete anche dall'assessore Colla, avete sentito dall'assessore Colla, questa regione vuole essere una regione, non vuole essere, è una regione che vive proprio di apertura internazionale e sempre più di ricerca e innovazione e formazione e alte competenze. Quindi vi auguro buon lavoro, spero che molte anche delle tematiche, delle questioni che andate ad affrontare nei vari seminari possano esserci particolarmente utili e con voi anche il nostro referente, il nostro esperto, il dottor Marzano, e quindi siamo disponibili poi ovviamente a proseguire questo lavoro insieme a tutti voi. Grazie mille e buon lavoro.
Ms. Piazzi, for your contribution, for your greetings, and also for sharing with us your strategy to support innovation and sustainable competitiveness of the Emilia-Romagna region. Now it's time to give the floor to Mr. Magnus Berntsson, President of Assembly of European Regions. He will share with us her vision on future society. Please, Mr. Berntsson.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ms. Romanini, for having me and for the kind introduction, and thanks to all the other distinguished speakers. The Assembly of European Region, of which I'm the president, is the largest and independent network of regions in the wider Europe, with around 140 member regions from 30 different countries. And it aims to facilitate collaboration among the member regions, as well as providing an open and flexible forum for debates and exchange of knowledge and practices. We also contribute to EU policymaking and facilitate the dialogue between the regions and the European Union institutions. International and also the civil society organizations in line with the AER mission and political priorities. AER has been working in the past years on the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, liaising with the policymakers on issues around regional development, with a special focus on environmental sustainability, good governance, and inclusions as means for achieving the SDGs and transforming societies. In the context of post-COVID recovery, there is an increased need for skills and knowledge of these matters in public administrations. Just a few days ago, we held a conference in Strasbourg and signed a manifesto on the SDGs. Our pledge is regions should play a key role alongside cities in facilitating the transformation which is required to successfully implement and achieve the 2030 Agenda and its goals. The future of learning and education is key to reaching these comprehensive SDG agenda. In support to SDG number 4, namely quality education, AER is committed to promoting quality, flexible and efficient education and training system that closely match the individual's knowledge and skills of the changing demands, and produce education and training initiatives and policies that are in line with the regional smart specialization strategies, regional innovation and growth. Higher skills are linked to greater productivity and enhanced potential for innovation, pointing at the important role of both vocational and higher education and their implications when creating a smart specialization strategy. SDG number 10, reduce inequalities. AER is also, and its regions are also devoted to promote social inclusive principles and facilitate integration of migrants through inclusion policies with a strong focus on education and training. We need to promote excellence as an inclusive principle, and therefore it is important that when setting up a regional skill ecosystem, they must bring together employers and citizens, education providers, and us, the regional authorities. In the last year, mobility has been recognized by the EU institutions as a core action in lifelong learning, employment policies. And the European Commission communication on youth on the move gives mobility great importance, not only in general, but also in higher education, as well as in vocational education and training and the labor market. And this brings me to speak about Eurodyssey, and that is the AER interregional youth mobility program operating between the AER members for over 30 years. It was set up 1985, thus being AER's first exchange program. It is also the Europe's first professional mobility program for young adults. The Erasmus program was founded much later in 1997. Eurodyssey aims to are to improve the chances of young Europeans to integrate into working life by offering them the opportunity of work experience abroad. The role and contribution of local and regional authorities in mobility and particular importance. Regions and municipalities manage European and national programs, but also design, finance, and implement their own mobility projects. We contribute by ensuring the quality of the experience with and that the recognition of learning of the participants to mobility actions, such as gaining independence and improving their foreign language skills and learning of other social, cultural, soft skills. Mobility can produce greater benefits and therefore can be more appreciated when there is a consistency between mobility policies and regional programming. Through focusing on intervention on specific economic sectors and the regions acting as intermediary bodies among all involved stakeholders, including companies. Considerable work has been carried out in the previous years within AER on the topic of entrepreneurship, in particular through the angles of youth entrepreneurship, female entrepreneurship, and diversity and social inclusion. In 2019, AER hosted a summer university named Youth Entrepreneurship, Regional Solutions to Global Change in Youth Entrepreneurship. In this framework, youth social entrepreneurship, we define the main global challenges and obstacles that concern young entrepreneurs in the regions. Among those, the need of incorporating an entrepreneurial perspective into the educational system and creating an entrepreneurial culture, as we see on the session on the edupreneurship organized by AER tomorrow afternoon. AER is also carrying out additional activities supporting quality future education that match the job market, such as promoting and managing collaborative EU-funded projects. Just October this year, we have completed a project called Cubus with a focus on enhancing knowledge and skills in the area of cultural management and cultural heritage administration, which with the aim of empowering all social sectors in order to own their to own and administer their cultural resources in a sustainable way, thus leading to both cultural democracy and cultural sustainability. The result was a platform with which is available and free for all users to be found on the Cubus project.eu in 7 different languages. Promotion of joint initiatives between AER and its members and international organizations in the field of lifelong learning. And for next year, the proposal of setting up a possible working group on dealing with skills related to topics of interest for the member regions, and as a future priority for AER in order to give visibility to the good practices identified in each of our regions and discuss the role that collaboration between businesses, government, and education institutions play in reskilling, and engaging the advisory activities and advocacy to bring the viewpoints of regional and local authorities on the subjects related to education training to organizations, institutions, and associations. Reskilling and retraining is a cross-cutting issue, transversal to many of our areas of work, and especially it must be the heart of our climate action. Building a green skilled workforce will be key to preparing our regions and countries for a fair, green and digital transition and achieving our carbon neutrality ambitions by 2050. The recovery of COVID-19 crisis is a key opportunity to build the skills that are needed to make a fair transition to a green digital economy and society and drive the transformation requirement to achieve the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement goals. Local and regional authorities have a key role to play in ensuring that we have the skills needed for that transition. However, in order to undertake this role, we must be giving the adequate technical and financial support to undertake the just transition efforts to a climate neutral and digital economy and society. Needs to reskill and retraining, the carbon challenge and the new green industries, but there won't be a complete match. There is going to be a lot of regional clusters, fear of regional disparities, regions that will be left behind in this matter. Understanding the regional disparities is really important. Increasing technical and financial support for regional governments to undertake the just transitions efforts to a climate neutral economy and society. Finally, I may speak for the regions to say it is time to promote new jobs, business competitiveness, and sustainable and inclusive economic growth. And to achieve this, funding must be of reach to regions, cities, and efficiently and easily. And secondly, I would also say that it's time to upscale multi-level governance processes along regional authorities to be fully involved in the formulation and development of skilled policies and programs that we need for our future, where no one is left behind. Thank you for your attention.
Vision for shaping the society of the future, and also for having emphasized the role of TVET and the education systems supporting these global changes and to meet the global priorities we have to face. Thank you very much. Now it's time to give the floor to Mrs. Chiara Riondino, Head of Unit Vocational Education and Training, European Commission. Ms. Riondino, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and I hope you can hear me as well.
Yeah, perfectly.
Thank you. I'm very, very happy to be here with you today to discuss this very important topics. I would like to start with a very important figure. 9 out of 10 Europeans consider that social Europe is important to them personally. So I think it's only right that I start this intervention by recalling the European Pillar of Social Rights. So the pillar, if you don't know, is a charter that drives European action in the social area. It sets out 20 fundamental principles in 3 broad chapters. The first one is equal opportunities and access to the labor market. The second is fair working conditions. And the third one is social protection and inclusion. And for us here today, it's important to know that the very first principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights is the right to quality and inclusive education, training, and lifelong learning in order to maintain and acquire the skills that enable us to participate fully in society and manage successful transitions in the labor market. And also principle 4 on active support to employment, which includes the right for people to receive support for job search, training, and requalification. While the pillar has been adopted already at the end of 2017, in March this year, the Commission adopted an action plan which brings even more substance and clear objectives in the implementation of the pillar, setting 3 new headline targets for 2030. First one is that by 2030, at least 78% of the population should be in employment, raising from 72% in 2020. Then at least 60% of all adults should participate in learning every year. And finally, very importantly, lifting at least 15 million people out of poverty and social exclusion. These EU headline targets have been in the meantime endorsed by the European Council in June, and the Commission is currently working with the Member States to set corresponding national targets. And it is very important to say very clearly that the Commission has strongly encouraged Member States to fully involve national stakeholders in their strategies to implement the pillar. So we just heard about the need for multi-level governments, the involvement of regions and municipalities, but also social partners, civil society organizations. When we look at the effects of the pandemic, we see, of course, that it has taken and is still taking a terrible toll on people across the globe. If we look specifically at the areas that we are discussing today, education and training and the labor market, we see that it has also exposed our vulnerabilities, and it has largely caught us unprepared. And some regions and sectors and groups in society have been disproportionately hit. Young people, non-standard workers, and then some specific sectors like tourism, accommodation, culture. The pandemic has also accelerated the digital transition, with 4 out of 10 workers in the EU teleworking full-time as a result of the pandemic. And also, important for us today, all learning switching to digital overnight. So what did we do in the Commission to help shoulder the crisis and move forward towards a prompt recovery? Well, in 2020, we started putting forward a number of important initiatives for skills and the labor market. Early at the beginning of the crisis, we put forward an instrument called SURE, which stands for temporary support to mitigate unemployment risks in an emergency. SURE has helped cushion rise in unemployment, keeping over 31 million workers in a job and supporting 2.5 million companies across Europe. As you know very well, last summer we also adopted the European Skills Agenda to improve the relevance of skills in the EU and to strengthen sustainable competitiveness and ensure social fairness and resilience in the EU. We adopted at the same time a youth employment support package because, as I was saying, young people have been hit disproportionately, and it's the second time first with the financial crisis and now with the health crisis that our young people suffer for the results of these shocks. So we adopted a youth employment support package in which we strengthened the youth guarantee, and we also strengthened and relaunched the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. And last but certainly not least, at the end of last year, we adopted, the Council adopted a recommendation on vocational education and training to make VET fit for the challenges of the green and the digital transitions and support a fair and inclusive recovery. And this is really a landmark moment in the history of EU cooperation in vocational education and training, because it's the very first time that we have a framework recommendation that is guiding our collective action in vocational education and training. And at the same time of the adoption of the recommendation by the Council, the Member States and the other European Economic Area countries and the candidate countries and also the European social partners went a step forward and endorsed the Osnabrück Declaration on Vocational Education and Training. And if the recommendation sets out our common vision of reforms in education, in vocational education training, the Osnabrück Declaration in the context of Copenhagen process brings concrete actions and commitments to support this vision. And it's very important to say that European associations of VET providers and learner representatives are fully involved in this important and ambitious program. And both policy documents have a strong focus on economic growth and resilience and societal well-being. And very importantly, for the purpose of this conference, they also have a clear focus on the digital and green transition. The recommendation sets 3 EU-level quantitative objectives to be reached by 2025. They concern the employability of VET graduates. They concern the exposure to work-based learning during the course of their studies. And also, very importantly, like Mr. Bernson just reminded us, we have a clear target on VET mobility of reaching at least 8% of mobility in vocational education and training by 2025. The recommendation also asks the Commission to work on a number of EU-level initiatives, and will only mention one, because I think it's very important to mention in this context, and it is, of course, the support to the establishment and the development of centers of vocational excellence, as they were also mentioned by Julian a few moments ago. And I have to say, I have a feeling that also Cesare will touch upon this in a moment, since we are working very closely with the European Training Foundation on this very important initiative. So the centers are crucial because they are incubators of innovation, and they bring together the economic and social community on the territory, on the region, with a strong drive towards excellence. And I remind you that centers of vocational excellence can be funded and are funded through Erasmus+. I would also like to inform you very briefly about 2 important actions of the skills agenda that the Commission is going to adopt in December, so in a couple of weeks' time. The first one is the proposal for a Council recommendation on individual learning accounts, and the second one is a proposal on a Council recommendation for micro-credentials for lifelong learning and sustainability. Both initiatives aim at giving people control over their own learning, and my colleague William O'Keefe will talk about our work on micro-credentials more in details in this forum on Wednesday. So to conclude my intervention, I would like to talk about funding. To support the recovery and the digital and green transition, unprecedented funding support is available via the EU budget in the multi-annual financial framework 2021-2027 and Next Generation EU. In total, there is 1.8 trillion on the table. The Recovery and Resilience Facility in particular is a new instrument that was adopted to again face the pandemic and support the recovery. And it's an instrument of more than 670 billion. And member states are now working on recovery and resilience plans to use this money that is available and to reform and invest to support the recovery and the twin transition. We are very happy to see that in all the plans that came in and that the member states put forward, a very large chunk of this money is devoted to social issues. So labor market and skills, education, social policies, health, long-term care, and these are coherent with the country-specific recommendations in the European semester. And of course, all our other funds are very important to support skills development and inclusion and participation in the labor market. So we have the European Social Fund Plus, we have Erasmus Plus, that you know very well, we have the Digital Europe Program and InvestEU. So I will just say that we have a clear and common roadmap of what we want to achieve and how to get there. And we also have the resources to get us there. And now we have to continue working together to make it happen. So I thank you very, very much for inviting me, and I wish you a fruitful continuation of this very important conference. Thank you very much.
The European Commission supporting recovery, social inclusion, and upskilling for all citizens, and also for anticipating us some forthcoming lighthouse initiatives and future recommendations. Thank you very much once again for being with us today. Now we received a video testimony by Mr. Vincenzo Socola, Minister for Economic Development and Vocational Training in the Emilia-Romagna region. So I kindly ask my colleagues to show the video. Thank you very much. Something not working.
Buongiorno a tutti, mi fa molto piacere portare un saluto a un convegno, a un'iniziativa di grande qualità, visto anche l'autorevolezza degli interlocutori, ma soprattutto il tema. Siamo dentro una ripresa molto forte, ma abbiamo bisogno di gestire questa ripresa per evitare le polarizzazioni, incrociare domanda e offerta di lavoro. In questa regione pensiamo che si debba fare un investimento molto forte sulla cultura tecnica e sulla cultura scientifica. E non è che dobbiamo non avere l'umanesimo, ci mancherebbe, ma se vogliamo attutire i problemi di domanda-offerta dobbiamo fare grandi investimenti sulle lauree professionalizzanti, sugli ITS, sugli FTS. Penso che si debba fare anche un'operazione di apprendistato di qualità dove la formazione e la teoria, ma soprattutto dobbiamo mettere insieme quel trittico fondamentale che sono le scuole, che sono gli enti di formazione, che sono il sistema delle imprese e per ovviamente l'istruzione intendo anche l'università sulla rete di alta formazione. O siamo in grado di fare il sistema o altrimenti saremo in difficoltà e non daremo una risposta ai nostri ragazzi e alle nostre ragazze. Penso anche che ci sia una novità a cui ho già parlato anche col Ministero, con i ministeri competenti, ma prima di tutto faremo noi in diretta. Dobbiamo fare un grande investimento sull'orientamento. Lo dobbiamo fare partire dalle scuole medie, anche perché noi abbiamo un mercato del lavoro che è familistico, parentale, amicale, non più all'altezza di essere in grado di dire la verità ai nostri ragazzi e alle nostre ragazze su come fai a incrociare un lavoro dignitoso, quali sono i luoghi di lavoro che sono in grado di darti un posto di lavoro sicuro, un posto di lavoro buono, e fare questa operazione è un'operazione anche di coesione sociale, perché se vogliamo evitare la dispersione scolastica, se vogliamo evitare ovviamente quella bolla di lavoro povero, di imprese povere che hanno l'analfabetismo dell'innovazione, dobbiamo fare grandi investimenti per il governo dell'innovazione, dei processi, di sostenibilità, di digitalizzazione. Dobbiamo fare il New Deal dei saperi, delle competenze, dell'intelligenza delle mani, come direbbe Tullio De Mauro. L'iniziativa ha tra l'altro una qualità internazionale, interlocutori internazionali. L'Emilia Romagna sta nel mondo non è, ma ci sta con le relazioni internazionali, quindi anche la capacità di un sistema formativo che è in grado di intrecciare rapporti con i sistemi di educazione, di formazione, di università europee è fondamentale. L'Europa è fatta da un pluralismo, è fatta da tante esperienze. Poter far sì che i ragazzi di questa regione siano in grado di fare esperienze in un'altra nazione, in una scuola, in un ente di formazione, incrociare anche degli altri sistemi produttivi, Penso che l'Erasmus non deve essere solo un fatto universitario, ma deve essere un fatto su tutta la filiera del sistema istruzione e formazione. Ecco, se devo dare un consiglio, queste iniziative devono servire anche a crearci un sistema che diano questa possibilità a tutti i ragazzi, soprattutto quelli che sarebbero più deboli e non avrebbero le capacità nemmeno economiche per intrecciare esperienze internazionali. Stiamo progettando per andare in quella direzione, però abbiamo bisogno anche di una normativa che ci permetta di andare in quella direzione.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Colla for this contribution, for this video testimony. And now we can go on with the next panelist of today's plenary, that is Mr. Srinivas Reddy, Chief Skills and Employability, Branch Employment Policy Department, International Labour Organization. Hi, please, Mr. Reddy, can you hear us? Mr. Reddy? Okay, we try to switch to the next panelist, waiting for Mr. Reddy. So we can leave the floor to Ms. Boel Chacron, Director Division for Policies and Lifelong Learning System, UNESCO. Mr. Chacron, are you connected?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Hello. Should I come in?
Yes, of course. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be with you today. Giovanni, their friend, their colleagues, their participants, very warm greetings from UNESCO headquarters in Paris. I thank you for the honor to invite me as a keynote speaker to this an important and prestigious conference today and I am very honored to share the perspective that we have here at UNESCO. Dear colleagues, today we are facing a crisis unlike any in the recent history of humankind. The magnitude of the crisis is unparalleled. More than 1.6 billion children and youth were affected by the crisis. Of course, we are speaking here about education training crisis, but it's a health crisis, an economic crisis that we have to look at. Let me say within the education and training and skills development, young people have been severely affected, especially those entering higher education and training, adults participating in literacy program on those who graduated in 2020 and 2021 and tried to enter the labor market during the pandemic. Those risks to see their career affected permanently, and we have to be aware about those challenges. But the situation in the labor market is not better. In 2021, over 64 million employed youth and 145 million young workers around the world are living in poverty. Too many are settling for work in informal economies and rural livelihoods. Companies have been affected, and some companies had to close down. Some sectors have been heavily affected by the crisis. And even today, most of the economies are affected by the disruption of the global value chain. The title of the conference is Redefining the Future of Learning in the Advanced Manufacturing Sector. I looked at different analyses that have been conducted, and I would like to refer to an author that I feel has been reflecting on how technology will change our world of work and the economy more broadly. Carl Fley is an author that looked closely on the experience of the first and second industrial revolution to answer some of the burning questions of our time regarding the relationship between technologies, advances, and work. Frey's point of view is that technological disruption of the labor market is usually painful in the short run, whatever innovation's long run benefits. Another critical point that Frey raised is that the pace of transformation and the distribution of gains in societies will differ according to the power structure, public policies, and societal choices regarding the distribution of wealth and opportunities. In my keynote, I would like to structure my presentation around three perspectives: an economic perspective, a societal perspective, and an individual perspective. Let me start with the economic perspective, including issues related to globalization, work, technology, and smart growth, which I feel are relevant for our discussion today on advanced economies and advanced sectors in particular. First, let me look at the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on economies and on skills particularly. The socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented in recent history. While we see signs of recovery in most OECD countries, in particular some economic sectors, recovery prospects are still uncertain because of the disruption of the global value chain. It is especially uncertain in low and middle income countries that will not necessarily and will not be able to vaccinate massively in the near future. And it will have impact on specific sectors like air transport, tourism, and other sectors. The key uncertainties relate to the duration of the COVID pandemic and whether it is socioeconomic impact will temporarily or will permanently alter development trends, making frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Agenda a threat. The second aspect that I want to highlight in this economic perspective is the change in the world of work, including digitization, automation, and artificial intelligence. Globalization was the key game changer over 1991 to 2021. However, the current crisis, along with major political shifts, is in general may slow or put at threat the process and will affect the globalization. At the same time, technological progress will continue, and changes in the world of work driven by digitization, automation, and artificial intelligence will be as dramatic as those caused by globalization. The widely circulated figure, nearly half of the jobs being at risk of automation, has been criticized recently, and it's interesting to see that we have no clear understanding about the full impact of automatization. However, as Roy Amara observed, we tend to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run and underestimate the effect in the long run. So we have to look continuously closely to the what are the changes that are happening and what are the signs that are coming from the labor market in terms of the change in the work and the impact on the skills. Technology, without doubt, will drive changes in advanced sectors, but in reality, in all the sectors. An example is the telecom. In 1992, the 2G appeared. Since then, almost every 10 years, a new generation of technology appeared almost and we are now in the 5th generation, 5G, which focuses on smart economies and societies. In reality, the 5G is not just an upgrade of telecom technology. The International Telecom Organization, ITU, defines 3 major application scenarios that are important to look at today. One is massive communication technology. Second is enhanced mobile broadband. And third is ultra reliable and low latency communication. So advanced economies will probably benefit from the changes in telecom technologies. Probably more automatization, more human-machine interaction, and advanced global value chain will be possible. These have to take into consideration, from our point of view, protection of our humanity, inclusive and gender equal approach, and environmental friendly use of technology and energy. The other aspect I want to mention is that while we are looking at the changes in advanced economies, we have to also to take into account major social adjustments that lie ahead. Already we see social unrest in some advanced economies. And if history is any guide to a workers' reaction, Carl Frey noted that the Industrial Revolution was time when many citizens fell between the cracks of transition, and consequently technological change was vehemently resisted. It's very important that we take into consideration the advances, but also the challenge that we are facing and the challenge of equitable and inclusive economic development. The third dimension that we have to take from the economic perspective is the climate change and the loss of biodiversity and environmental degradation. We have heard over the weekend the adoption of the Glasgow Pact. Of course, everybody thinks that the agreement is not to the expectations, is not meeting the expectations, but it's a progress. We can see the glass half full or half empty. It will not keep to the target of 1.5 degree, but it's a progress because there is always an agreement that comes with it, and it's very important that multilateralism prevail. But by far, I believe that the uncertainty faced by humanity is related to the environment. We know that our civilization is entering uncharted territory with no precedent in human history, and likely no precedent maybe in natural history as well, either in terms of climate change or loss of biodiversity that we are noting in the different reports, including from UNESCO reports. So today, let us ask ourselves, and I think it's very important, is how advanced economies will be environmental friendly, how they will cater for a broader sustainable development agenda. Something that we have to change our behavior and attitudes, and that will help us beat the challenges. Other thing that technology will save us. From my point of view, I think that we have to take into consideration both, and this have to be reflected in certification curricula. We have to look at the job-specific skills that are related to environmental sustainability, but we have also to include the new attitude, new behavior that will affect us as the citizens, and the workers are also citizens. So, dear colleagues, the Sustainable Development Agenda must remain our compass. In particular, Sustainable Development Goal 4, when we speak about lifelong learning, Sustainable Development 8, when we speak about inclusive growth and decent work, and I'm sure my colleague Srinivas will refer to that in his intervention. Maybe from a vocational training and skills development perspective, we can see that there are some lenses that we have to take, and I would like to focus on them. First of all, we have to take the right-based lens. And when we are speaking about skills, we have to speak about individuals. It has to be human-centered. And we think that every education and training system should ensure that every person can learn, work, and thrive in the economy. Lifelong learning system should serve youth access to learning opportunities linked to jobs, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunities, including the jobs of the future in advanced sectors, in particular in green and digital economies, creative industries, or other sustainable sectors. Similarly, national education and training system should offer every individual, including senior citizens, lifelong learning opportunities for work and life. System will need to develop tools and resources, including tools such as youth guarantee, individual learning account. Digital technology will be able to support personalized, adaptive, and flexible learning processes and pathways, and enhanced ability to facilitate learning through a wide range of learning spaces. We need also to look at reskilling and upskilling opportunities. And I would like to mention some examples. For example, if we take the learning account in France, where since 2015, by now around 1 million persons participated in and benefited from the scheme. Same when we speak about Singapore with the Futures Skills Initiative, more recently in Japan, where the 100-year life vision is about lifelong learning, including after retirement. We also need a credentialing ecosystem that can replace rigid qualification system and help unbundle the institutional monopolies that often come with them. Quality assured credentials, including micro-credentials from education training programs outside traditional education and training, will be needed. And we need to support the development of an ecosystem of credentialing that will be catering for lifelong learning opportunities for all. Let me add an economic dimension of it. Every economy will have to ensure it leverages skills towards sustainable paths. Economies do better when everyone has a chance to succeed. And paradoxically, for a long time, we're thinking that there is I would say, confrontation between an economic lens and an equitable and inclusive lens. But it turns that from the data we see, when an economy is inclusive, when it is taken into account the most disadvantages, it's an economy that can thrive. And advanced sectors and advanced sectors in the economy will have to also to be inclusive. The role of the private sector is central in this. It has to express the skills needs. It has to offer work-based learning opportunities, investing in skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, in recognizing and certifying and valuing the skills and qualification acquired by workers. Let me finish by a societal perspective of the discussion that we will have today on economy. Job-specific skills have to be complemented by other set of skills. We speak a lot about transversal skills, and some of them are related to problem solving, to communication, new skills that are coming that we didn't discuss before the COVID, like the well-being skills. But I think it's important that we add to these set of skills what I will call citizenship skills. It's about engaging in society. It's about how we build the skills for workers and individuals that can engage in their society actively, either for sustainability, for participation in their society, and for a society that are inclusive. And unfortunately, when we speak about the skills dimension, we tend to neglect these aspects, but they are decisive, including for productivity. The well-being of workers can advance the productivity in the economy and in advanced sectors. The respect of the labor rights can advance the productivity and the competitiveness of advanced sectors. So we have to take also into account the societal dimension and those skills that we tend to neglect, unfortunately, when we discuss. Let me sum up. We are faced with major challenges that we try to, and we tend to characterize around digital transformation and sustainable and green economic dimension. And advanced sectors will have to cater about them. But the Sustainable Development Agenda is not only about those aspects. It's also about gender equality. Today, we know that, and the data we have, including in the most advanced economies, women are less paid than men. It's part of the Sustainable Development Agenda, SDG 5. Poverty is one of the problems. Decent work is another problem. So we shouldn't keep the discussion on the twin theme with the twin themes of digitalization and greening without taking into account the broader Sustainable Development Agenda. When we speak about the learning dimension, we have to take into account the three elements that I mentioned: the economic demand and the role of and the demand for skills from those sectors, their contribution to the upskilling, reskilling, and placing lifelong learning perspective. We have to take also the individual demand and the role and the importance of a human-centered and learner-centered and worker-centered approach. And third, we shouldn't detach the economic dimension from the societal dimension. We see how societies can be affected by the economic changes. That's comprehensive perspective is the perspective that we are taking at UNESCO, at the UN more broadly, and I hope that our discussion today will take into account those dimensions. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and Again, I'm very honored and pleased to be with you today. Over to you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Chacon for this contribution, and we are absolutely honored to have you with us today. So in your intervention, you have presented a very exhaustive overview of our global challenges, and we thank you to have underlined the importance and the role of personalized and learner-centered approach to teaching and learning to support the development of the advanced and sustainable economies. So now we can go on, and we know that Mr. Reddy is connected. So I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Sridhar Reddy, Chief Skills and Employability Analyst. Thank you very much, Mr. Reddy, for being here with us today at SIP 2021. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all congratulate the organizers for this excellent initiative, and greetings from the ILO, all the colleagues who are joining this particular conference. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I would like to compliment the message that my friend from UNESCO, Borhin, has already shared on this particular topic. I would like to share a few of the key messages, and could you please confirm that you can see my screen? Is it okay?
Not yet.
Can you see the screen?
Okay.
Is it okay, Giovanni? Can you confirm if you can see the screen?
We can't, Srinivas, for now.
No?
No.
Probably is on your second monitor. You should have two monitors. Or no, you are not sharing yet. You see only your camera. Now it is starting. Thank you very much, Srinivas, and good morning, and thank you very much to you, Borhen, also.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Borhin. Just sharing a couple of viewpoints on the future of skills and employability, as Borhin and colleagues have already covered it so well already. Just want to share the perspectives of how the different global mega drivers are affecting the field of jobs and skills. So the key question before all of us is, what are the jobs, changing nature of jobs, and therefore what skills are required for the present markets, but also the future markets. I would like to invite your particular attention to these 3 Ds on top, as you can see: digitalization, decarbonization, and demographic change. These are sweeping the world with enormous changes, but also coupled with the globalization and COVID-19 pandemic and massive migration. So this changing nature of work and therefore, the complete paradigm shift in terms of the demands on the people for different skills requirements. The question also I would like to place for your consideration is 3-dimensional. First of all, the availability of decent jobs, and then matching the jobs with the set of skills required for people. But also there is a third dimension of aspirations of people. How do we take care of aspirations? So there is this paradigm of jobs, skills, and aspirations mismatch. If you look at many of the workplaces, one of the recent surveys has pointed out that 69% of the employers, vast majority, they do not find people with the right set of skills. Paradoxically, a vast number of graduates with qualifications also do not find the jobs that suit their skills. this is such a paradox. Employers complain they are not getting the people with the right set of skills, and graduates complain, and they find it difficult to access jobs suiting to their qualifications. Then the aspirations mismatch. So when we have this kind of a qualifications mismatch and aspirations mismatch, how do we address this issue? And this is exacerbated by inequalities. People with different educational backgrounds, and COVID-19 pandemic has shown that very, very clearly. The low-skilled workers have received even much more, kind of effect adversely compared to high-skilled workers, because that a lot of these people cannot telework, cannot, due to lack of access to the digital technologies and other, challenges posed by infrastructure. They are far from, basically attending to the jobs in these kind of situations. As I mentioned, and also Burhin has already very well covered it, both the digital and green has its positive but also adverse effects. Particularly if you see, for example, the digital revolution or the digital transition would actually create a lot of new jobs, but also it has impact on the skill levels. Similarly, if you look at the green as such, one of the ILO reports suggests that there can be as many as 100 million jobs created in the green economy, but almost 80 million jobs may be lost, but there will be a net addition of nearly 20 million jobs by 2030 if we continue the investment in this. So this transition, but also for the new set of new economies, be it digital, green, and care economies, how do we empower people with the right set of skills? This is where the whole issue of lifelong learning, reskilling and upskilling is so fundamental, but keeping people at the center. So the human-centered approach for lifelong learning and reskilling and upskilling is so critical. And that is how we really need to invest and increase investment in skills and lifelong learning. There is also a need to consider a paradigm shift of organizing the education from initial education only to lifelong learning as the organizing principle of education and skills development. As we have seen, some of the countries are already taking very good steps in providing opportunities for all people to be able to acquire reskilling and upskilling as part of the lifelong learning. France was mentioned. We have opportunities also provided by a few countries that are already showing the direction of really organizing the skills, reskills, and upskilling. Also very important is to promote the opportunities for flexible learning options, really. People learning options and the training options are changing. Wherever, whenever, at their will and pleasure, people should be able to acquire skills. And how can we promote recognition of those skills? So flexible and dynamic assessment and recognition of skills that they can show to the employers and make use of it. There is still quite a substantial vacuum in this whole knowledge base of skills recognition. Micro-credentials, for example, how can we really promote affordable, credible, and universal dynamic skills recognition systems to micro-credentials and various means that count towards qualifications that are accepted by the labor market, that people can use those skills. So I think for these reasons, innovation is very important. Promoting innovative methods to promote lifelong learning, flexible learning options, skills recognition, and keeping people at the center is fundamental. That is why it is very, very important. All of this is inclusive skills development, leaving no one behind. So how do we ensure that people, particularly with disadvantaged backgrounds, have access to skills and lifelong learning? We have seen during the COVID pandemic, there is a very clear digital divide that has emerged. A world that can telework and a world that cannot telework. A world that can attend to online learning, but hundreds of millions of children and adults, they're far from online learning because they have no access to basic equipment, internet, bandwidth, and basic tools and materials. So how can we promote this access without losing much time so that this digital divide is bridged? Similarly, in order to equip people also, we need to see and promote access to social protection and employment services. So skills to promote human security, social cohesion, and peaceful coexistence are fundamentally becoming very, very important as part of the core skills. Just like the issue of digital skills and green skills are becoming core for every occupation, not only occupation, even for active citizenship. So we need to promote inclusive skills development, taking particular account of disadvantaged groups like people in rural areas, people with low levels of education, persons with disabilities, but also promoting gender equality, because the gender divide in technical and vocational education and training is still very, very pervasive in many parts of the world. So from the ILO perspective, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you might have followed the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work has gone into these aspects very, very depth and advocated for investing in people capabilities as one of the very, very important measures to attend to the future of work. Investing in people capabilities, and within that, lifelong learning and skills development is a fundamental issue. Increasing investments to create, first of all, jobs, adequate, decent jobs, and increase investments in people capabilities, and increasing in investments in decent work institutions. This is followed by the ILO Centenary Declaration during 2019 ILO Centenary, which has called for, the declaration has called for promoting skills and competencies as a joint responsibility of individuals, employers, and the government, requiring active engagement. This is also very important, that skills development to be successful has to be really promoted through a process of social dialogue, where private sector and workers' organizations, business employers' organizations and workers' organizations take a very proactive lead role along with the whole of the government approach. That is key for success of skills development. Whatever we have seen in some parts of the world, which has very good, excellent, efficient working skill systems, that is usually done through a process of social dialogue by the three parties. So we strongly advocate from the ILO that skills development and lifelong learning has to be promoted, and all the policies of the skills will have to be promoted through a whole of government approach, but with active participation of the employers and workers organizations. And policy innovation is very, very fundamental for this. This is what I would like to share. And once again, I want to thank colleagues Giovanni and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reddy, for your intervention. Green and digital transition are changing 1/3 of all jobs. So flexible long life learning opportunities are needed, as well as recognition of skills and competence recognition system mechanism, and also new policies to face these global phenomena. Thank you very much once again. Now it's time to have a small break, 10 minutes break, before going on to the next panelist, Mr. Cesare Vestini, European Trade Information. So see you soon in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ciao Giovanni. Congratulazioni, mi sembra che vada benissimo.
Buongiorno Filippo, grazie per l'incitamento. Questo audio è veramente oggi un disastro.
No, non è una tragedia.
No, the initial speaking was without script by my side, and also the audio was very bad. Anyway, now the system is working. Probably our technicians have fixed the problem. Hope that everything will continue this way.
Vado a un bagno, guarda. Scendo a prendere un caffè e vado a un bagno.
This was not my first space flight. Previous assignments for my newspaper had sent me to the moon many times, but never into the vast reaches of deep space. This was not my first space flight. Previous assignments for my newspaper had sent me to the moon many times, but never into the vast reaches of deep space. This was not my first space flight. Previous paper had sent me to the moon many times, but never into the vast reaches of deep space.
So welcome again to the CIF 2021 Skillman International Forum. We are connected and live streamed from Bologna at the premises of municipality of Bologna, Italy. And let's go on with our today's plenary. It's now the time to give the floor to Mr. Cesare Onestini, Director of the European Training Foundation. Mr. Onestini, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. So the floor is yours, Mr. Onestini, please.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be able to join this event of Skillman. It's a pleasure for the European Training Foundation to cooperate with Skillman and to the work we are doing together, especially in the areas of the centers of vocational excellence. It is indeed, I think, a testament to the fact that we share a lot of common goals, that we are able to cooperate and work together with practitioners and experts in the field. It is, as previous speakers have already eloquently said, a special moment in the world of skills development, because we are all more aware than ever before of the importance of skills development. We see that there is a great convergence of ideas, and we have seen from the European institutions, from the ILO, from UNESCO, and I'd like to congratulate them as well for the recent report on the future of education. We see that we are all identifying a more hands-on approach to skills development as one of the key planks for future policies. We are also seeing at the moment in Europe and beyond Europe that we are putting more resources than ever before on training and skills development. So it's really important that we all reflect together in events like this one today on whether we are investing in the right set of policies, because this investment is what will accompany us for the next generation, if not longer. I think it will be difficult to repeat the level of investment we see now. And why do we see this investment now? We see it because we are, as many have said, at this crossroad of transitions, of digital, of greening, of the transition towards new types of work. And we have the COVID impact that has heightened the need to respond to these transitions, and at the same time has generated a lag in learning. There has created this delay in learning for many students and trainers in the past 2 years. So we have both a challenge of defining the goals ahead according to the policies that have been presented, but also a challenge of making sure that we accompany these students and learners towards these new goals. We see that in many ways, this is the situation across the globe. And we in the European Training Foundation, as many of you know, we work mainly with countries outside of the EU, but in the neighborhood of the EU, but very diverse countries from Northern Africa, Western Balkans, to the Eastern Partnership and Central Asia. We see this diversity in countries, but we see that the needs are very much similar, and that there is a growing awareness of the need to reform education and training systems. We see that there is this growing request for flexibility as an element to respond to the different challenges. And we in ETF have put this at the heart of our own work in terms of how we want to support countries. So if you want to conceptualize where ETF works, is between the big important policies that we have just heard, and how do we bring them to the countries, to the practitioners, to the school level? How do we make sure that these policies translate into reforms that affect and support individuals in their growth and in their learning needs? And we do this across a number of areas. We do this very much in partnership always with the friends in the partner countries. And I'd just like to give you a few examples of the type of policies that we are engaged in, and where I think an event like this can help us find new friends, develop new partnerships, and maybe invite you to come and look at some of the results that we share on the ETF open space as a resource for everybody. So, for example, we work and we have been working already before COVID, but much more also now on the whole area of skill relevance and anticipation. But the way we do that is through sectors. So we try to look at different sectors in different countries. And as colleagues before have said, we try to bring around the table the interlocutors, both from social partners, from regional authorities, from providers of training, and understand together what is happening in that sector, what are the gaps that they are seeing, and what is needed in order to support that change. We link this to the work we do on skills development and validation across the board, because we see that very often, yes, it's true that we have these new frontiers of individual learning accounts, of personal portfolios of skills and all of this, which is really important. We have this question of micro-credentials that is also very important, and on which I think there is a lot of interesting work. But at heart, the difficult question for everybody in the field is to say, okay, but which qualification should I put in my portfolio? What should I go out and learn? And for industry and business is, where do I find the people I actually need? And we see this in many different areas of our work, where we see that there is a growing need to create new type of profiles of competencies, which is not necessarily, doesn't necessarily mean that what was taught before is not relevant, but it has to be recombined so that you create those combination of skills which are then relevant and used in the business requests that we see at the other end. So this combination is where we try to bring this role of ETF as an honest broker, looking at evidence, looking at processes, and then linking them up to the way in which national authorities or those regional authorities in some cases define and support vocational education and training. We do this also always with the focus on innovation, because obviously there is a big mass of production of competence development or so, but there is always the question of what is the most innovative areas, where do we go? And as I think was mentioned before as well, if we look at the even just at the results of the COPs in Glasgow, we see that there is this element of innovation which is needed across the board, innovation in order to meet some of the targets which are otherwise just targets on paper. And this innovation needs to come from all sorts of areas, including training and skills. Interestingly, what we have seen in some of our work is that innovation is really happening across the board. And what is difficult, though, is to translate the innovative practices into streamlined practices. So we see a lot of innovation in our partner countries, in some of the sectors where we have been studying more in depth. But the challenge is then to translate this innovation which has taken place in one factory, in one area, in one region, and say, okay, this is good, let's scale it up and bring it to others. So that's where we also in ETF try to create this bridge of ideas, and this bridge of ideas which goes really back and forth between the European Union and all the countries that we work with and that we have around. So again, congratulations to bring together such an international group of speakers at this event, because that's where we can learn from each other and see what's needed around the globe. If I focus now on some of the examples that we have seen that work particularly well in our work, we see that we need to also bring all the responsible partners around the table to look more at the medium term. So to look a little bit beyond the current cycle and the current business cycle, because it's true that technical skills are changing fast, but it's also true that there are many people are already trying to adapt, and we should not be shy of using evidence in different ways. So what we are looking at, and what I think it's useful to continue focusing for us in this area, is to look at data methodology. We have been looking at big data as a possibility to inform us. Our colleagues in the CEDEFOP agency working with the EU countries have also been working on this. There is a lot of interesting work there, and I think this is something that continues to be one of the focuses for the works of ETF going forward. The other one, which is maybe a bit more, even more ambitious, is that we feel it's still important to focus on the role of the connection between private and public providers. And in order to have reforms that are sustainable, reforms that have an impact across the system, we see that we need to take lifelong learning not just as a slogan, but break it down into its components. And we had a big conference in June looking at lifelong learning, how we develop lifelong learning systems, what is the role of different components, and what is the role of the international community there. And we have seen at this conference, and we have just shared the final report, which is will be on our websites. We see that in order to have lifelong learning systems that are transforming and supporting the needs of learners and trainees, we need to have a medium-term planning. We need to have everybody around the table, and the international community as a role of catalyst and a role of bridging and sharing the best practice around. So I think there, in the work that we have seen in the conference, we have seen that there is also a growing role for the international instruments that organizations like European Union are putting to the disposal of partner countries. And there we see in the new EU programs in Erasmus and its partnerships, but also beyond these, that there is a growing focus on promoting human capital development across the partnerships. We look forward in this context to the European Union, African Union Summit next year, where the question of skills development will be very much one of the priorities on the cooperation agenda between the European Union and the African partners. So we are looking at all of these, and one of the areas that I want to mention before closing is really the question of vocational excellence, which is the area where we have seen other speakers mention, but where we also cooperate with Skillman. And I just wanted to mention a number of things on this. One is that we see excellence really across the globe. Excellence is not the prerogative of any one country or any one sector. We really see that there are incredible examples of innovation and excellence across different countries. But we also see that one of the challenges is that these elements of excellence sometimes find it difficult to be connected within their environments, and also to find relevant partners across the wider distances, across borders. So we see the network approach we are taking to vocational excellence, which is very much parallel to what Skillman is doing, to bring together and support this capacity, which is spread around, to focus on how we can learn from the different experiences, but then also to see how this excellence can be broken down into components. And there, I think it's very exciting, looking at what makes a training program, what makes a school qualitatively different from others. We see resources are important, but it's not just a question of resources. Teachers are important, but it's not just a question of teacher. There is many different elements that contribute to that. And breaking it down really allows us then to support those who want to improve and join the network with a view also of improving and aspirationally grow into that role. So this network approach, which we will continue developing, that ETF has launched a couple of years ago on the with the ETF network of excellence, will grow in support also of what the European Commission is doing through the programs they support through Erasmus. And over the next few years, we see this as a plank that will allow us to develop this reflection together on excellence and how excellence can then be spread around and become the aspiration, not just a few, but of a majority of the training programs and schools that we have. Ultimately, I think we are all aware that the transformation that is required post-COVID is one that needs to be deep, but it needs to put roots that can support it over the next phase. Hopefully, this is what we are all doing together, and we in ETF remain really committed to making sure that the reforms that are put in place now will be able to support this transition to real lifelong learning systems over the coming years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for your intervention, for sharing your strategies IGF for the future of the skills, of the future, of course. Thank you also for sharing your vision regarding excellence. So now we are going to close the plenary session of this morning. And thank you very much to all our keynote speakers for being with us and also for their inspiring contributions to the CIT 2021. Now I'm giving the word to Giovanni Prisona for introducing the next online session. Thank you very much.
Good, or we say good, we have a big stress problems, technical problems we had. I think that now you are giving me well. We have this session to highlight the collaboration that we have already announced in the previous speeches concerning the triangular collaboration with ETF and ADB. So I wish that we can define better this collaboration, understanding what are the main forces that we have brought together and what are the actions that the important organizations are running in the view of this triangular cooperation. And so it's my duty to announce the speakers that we expect for this session that will run for 40 minutes it is expected. So we have connected from the Philippines, Shakti Yagana, the principal education specialist of ADT, Jose Manuel Galvin, he's a senior human capital development expert from ETF. I wish that they can activate their microphone. I see Manuel, but I don't see Ms. Yagana. Manuel, can you activate your microphone?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me well? I see you. I hear you with echo, but I'm very happy to see you.
Good morning, man.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know how many people is there, but I am very happy to be here with you.
So I don't see yet Shanti, Manuel. If it's right for you, we could start to introduce this session with our chatting discuss, because you have to know that Manuel and myself, we have 200 meetings during the year. We see each other many times to discuss and to do this collaboration. I would say that the effort that we put in this direction is very relevant for us, and I hope that it is the same view, but I see with the human resources that are implemented by the fact that you also, Manuel, believe in this collaboration. I'm very thankful for this. I would say that we have some line that in some regard it is parallel but also overlaps. We know that our system network, the Network for Excellence launched by ETF, is a very important experience that we try to valorize with our members to make them to benefit from this reality. It's a very outstanding example of how to improve the excellence of the TVET centers, and we try to make this. So the first note by my side is that in this collaboration by our side, the Manuel will give you the floor, we put a lot of strong attention to valorize what you what you develop in the network, in your network, and to make it available even for our members. So in the same way, we try to offer to you and to your members the possibility to interact with our network members and to take advantage of what we try to produce. So, then I will go, of course, more in deep what are the tools that we set, etc. But now I have a question for you, Martin. What are you looking for in this triangular collaboration with ADP and Skillman network? What is your idea on this collaboration?
Thank you, Giovanni. Yes, well, indeed, I prepared also a presentation, but I think let's go to discuss. I totally agree with you. Well, what we look, you know, when we started NE, you know, it was an internal motivation also for the ETF experience, and we started in 2019. You know. Looking at the issue of excellence, so formally, let's say the NE network, which is an international one, you put this European net. No, NE is ETF network of excellence. And first of all, in this cooperation, we found, let's say, among ourselves, the international dimension, because as Cesare said, already introduced some interesting things for this debate. Excellence intrinsically, also internationalization and international dimension intrinsically is also, let's say, an attribute for the concept of excellence when you operationalize in any sector, in any activity. So we found that in this cooperation, indeed, so our network, which is an international one composed by ETF partner countries, some European member states, and also now some African countries. Your network is also very relevant for us. When we started to explore, let's say, the concept and how to operationalize, we found also Skillman as a potential good partner, and I am also very happy to be here with you also, because we work together every week, almost every week we meet each other and discuss how to go ahead. And also, you know, the Asian Development Bank is a very important actor representing, you know, let's say, a transnational approach in Asia. We found each other there with different developments, you know, with the approach that you have from Skillman, you know, more focusing on some European also experiences. We have the capacity to engage, you know, our partner countries, which is also, let's say, the more important role, or I would say added value that we can bring here, you know, also as an agency of the European Union, but also because we work very closely with the European Union, and every day we work more closely, in particular in the Erasmus Plus program, you know, and this is a transnational also approach on which, you know, the concept of the platform of excellence is something that is becoming an international activity, because we found centers at national level, we found centers in different countries, but now also we go beyond, and perhaps we can foresee the debate of setting up international platforms of vocational excellence. Hope I answered your question.
Absolutely, it's great to hear your. It's very nice for me to hear your point of view, because sometimes you would think that settings and arrangements that you create are good for everybody. But the confirmation that there are common interests, common views, mutual appreciation are always good, no? To reinforce even this collaboration that involve several different persons from several countries, and promise to provide for our members good results. So if you have some slides, please also feel free to share the screen. Other than to go on, I don't want to force you in the discussion without the support of some document. But I have another aspect that I would like to underline concerning our common efforts that are in parallel, regarding one aspect that will be also presented, that is also in the program, now the famous self-assessment tool. It's very tiring with this mask to interact. Sorry. But we have to stay safe and have a mask. Other people are here from me. So we have two parallel actions. We try to understand what are the variables that can influence the quality of our TVET centers. As a Skillman.eu, we have launched this self-assessment tool that is based on 25 variables, but then there will be a specific session to define better this, and my colleague Urs, Professor Urs Holstein, will give us more detailed information. And this tool that we are developing, we have available, in a way is something that overlaps your activities as EN, and also can, in a way, instead be soon. So we will go deep into this argument. This is not a question that I have for you. We will go deep in this during the specific session dedicated to the assessment tools that we offer. But the question is, how do you see to manage this collaboration in the sense that we can assume the efforts, keeping the two different tools alive in parallel, but having reciprocal advantages for our members? How they could, in your idea, how they could take advantage having these systems that run, I know, in different parallel, in different approaches, but what is your opinion, Manuel? How we can valorize these two different drives that are both at disposal of our members?
Thank you, Giovanni. Yes, indeed. One of the, let's say, binding knowledge tools that we have also in NE when members are joining the network is our self-assessment tool, which let's say is a tool to self-assess exactly the center of excellence stage of development, according to their own perception, how they align also on development with that of other members of the network. So this tool that we have also, is just to collect evidence. We have around 120 indicators across 7 dimensions. We are trying to include all of them, because I have to say it and to mention that our main thematic dimensions in NE are, I'm going to refresh the debate on the thematic approaches that NE have. We have education and business collaboration and cooperation, pedagogy and professional development, autonomy, institutional improvement and resources, lifelong learning in vocational education, skills for early specialization, industry 4.0 and digitalization, which is, let's say, one of our common grounds also when we found each other, and going green, supporting sustainable goals. We are launching also an initiative in social inclusion and equity that we are going to try to make a specific module on that. And also we are fine-tuning a module in entrepreneurial center of vocational excellence, which somehow is a kind of new concept that we are trying to operationalize, because we are trying to understand also how centers of vocational excellence are implementing, let's say, the Entrecom approach that we are aware and acquainted from the European Union. And indeed, is one of the initiatives that during this year we work at, let's say, I would say is more advanced than the others. We launched indeed 5 big sub-initiatives that we call it, or partnerships, developmental partnership between COVES in our network. So when we start this partnership, we rely on our self-assessment tool. And we also see there, which are the, let's say, the areas on which our center of excellence, they perceive they are more or less capable on, more capable to transfer knowledge, transfer experience, put in dialogue with the others, or just are other areas on which the COVES needs to be, let's say, to have a more learning role, so listening from the others. So the NSAT reveals the overall level of development and the relative importance of the different dimensions, focusing on to the extent to which each COVE is collaborating with others or has taken on a leadership role, which is another important issue. When we make the configuration of the partnership in our initiatives, according to this assessment, we are more in the position to propose this or that COVE, as leaders in the partnership, and rotate also these leaderships across the actions, during the duration of the years. On your question on how we can be complementary, I would say we must be complementary, because there is not a single tool that can grasp how COVES are operating. There is not a single template. I think what we welcome also is the diversity of approaches. I know the approach you take. We know it very well. I think somehow it should be also a matter of, okay, we are not going to put a center of excellence all the time to make, let's say, questionnaires evaluation, but somehow I think they understood that this is important. For example, in our partner countries, one of the, let's say, I would say more strategic, interest for Center of Vocational Excellence to conduct or carry out this analysis, self-analysis, is that in, the culture of self-evaluation at institutions level is still to be more developed. One of the things that we reach during these 2 years of life of NE is that our centers, their voices are taken on board, because normally the evaluations in our partner country are conducted at central level, and there is, let's say, a kind of feedback loop that should be still more improved to give more autonomy and voice to the institutions. That I think that the self-assessment is also contributing on this culture of self-evaluation of the institutions, which, as we know, in more developed, let's say, environments and, let's say, good performance vocational education training systems, this is already one part of the process. I think we are also in discussions with our colleagues in the Commission on how to, let's say, fine-tune this in more detailed way. And hope I answered your question, Giovanni. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very exhausted about this mask. So, yes, probably you were not thinking to this person in this way when we discussed this presentation. Sorry for changing you the card at the last moment, Manuel, but I see that now your engine is starting to be warm, and then we can proceed very fast now at the targets. So you mentioned it, and I understood because I know, not only because you were clear, but because I also know the background that we have. Several times we have discussed an important point. I think that this one, the self-assessment tool, for us, for both, is very important. Of course, that we have different approaches. I also like to say that in our approach, the self-assessment tool is based on a systematic approach to quality evaluation assessment. We need to work on defining better the 25 variables that we have selected from the literature to start to investigate how our TVET centers provide the services in terms of all the values that I have presented this morning. Unfortunately, the audio was bad, the screen was maybe not shared, but anyway, these are the excellence for all, the ethical impact that is very important for our network. We are bringing from the famous, for us, of course, declaration that we produced with the Skillman Forum 2019, and we are proceeding in this regard on the basis of a very good, strong glue that we have put, that is the common ethical values referred to the 17 development goals of the United Nations. So we discussed many times, and I would like to bring you also on other topics like the digitalization of our centers. I know that you represent a very strong team, and this is also another aspect I would like to highlight to our audience, because probably someone could think how can be a collaboration among such different realities. Because in one side you have a network of that is quite consistent in terms of countries covered. We have plus 90 countries, but of course the collaboration is only based on voluntary approach, voluntary efforts. So our members put their own time, their own resources on voluntary basis. They are not sourced for a specific activity, and they look to contribute to a mission that we have discussed. We have groups that are called peer learning clubs, where practitioners, experts, so teachers, professionals collaborate to source this debate and to identify solutions. And as you experimented personally, we provide to collect these members and bring them to interactions with organizations like your organization, with you, with your colleagues, with the team. We collaborate many times on the field, putting together our stakeholders, our members, our board members, and our normal members that have something to say, have something to bring to the table, discuss, and we bring them to you. So, in one side, we have a network, modest network, that bring the stakeholders. In the other side, we have outstanding experts. We have a very powerful organization that, in terms of research capacity, and so capacity to go to the target with concrete medium. So we have two different partners that have decided to collaborate. We are collaborating for, I think, 1.5 years now, or maybe even more. COVID has changed also the perception of the time, how time passes. And on the table, we bring instances, we bring point of views, and in some cases, of course, we also bring expertise. But on the other side, we have powerful, we have media, we have very strong organization able to implement concrete researches and so on. So we take advantage from you. How you take advantage from our members?
How we take advantage?
Your microphone probably.
I lost with the echo.
Sorry. So the idea is that we have two different organizations that decided to collaborate. On one side, you have stakeholders from the network that bring instances and have different roles in the society, but mostly, of course, they belong to the TVET sector. They are, in a way, in some way, professional. Sometimes they can be professional, they can be practitioners, they can be teachers, they can be learners. So they can have various roles. But in the other side, we have researchers, we have officers from an official body of the European Commission. So what is your perception on how do you get advantage? Because by our side, I said that we have this very important opportunity to collaborate with you, to take benefit from your researches, to take benefit from your investigations, from your survey. So we have to take benefit, of course, in the interaction with you when we put our members in connection with you, in interaction with you, of course, that we have. At that time, we have an immediate feedback in terms of learning outcomes, I would say. So the advantages that can be taken from the ones that have these opportunities. So our members take advantage from the contact with you because you represent the research, you bring the solution in the way, and you bring the know-how. And so, what is the part of the mirror by your side? What do you see in this collaboration with practitioners, with teachers, professors, and so on, tutors?
Thank you, Giovanni. Now I think I get the right point of your question. Building again on the self-assessment tool, so we have 3 levels that center of vocational excellence in our network, self-assess, which are foundational, in developing, and mature. We have a picture, and in the now, and let's say the last. The first wave of self-assessment tool that we conducted, we found that our members, from 72 members that participated in this first wave, the second wave is in the oven yet. We found that the issue of education and business cooperation, pedagogy, and professional development and autonomy, are the areas in which centers feel more secure and mature to help others. On the other side, going green and lifelong learning are still the areas on which our centers perceive they have a lot of things to learn yet. So having this picture and also following your question, what we do with our members is try, as I said before, to engage them in the different, developmental partnership on the different areas that we have. We did one in work-based learning and role of work-based learning and COBES, one in autonomy that is also in the second partner we just launched. One we just launched on digitalization of teaching and learning. Another one in going green and sustainable development, and another one in inclusion and equity. So these are let's say, the main recipients on which, we can engage our members. But going deeper to your question, so I think what we ambition is that also in these partnerships and our members, we touch an issue that is very important for us. So is the transmission of excellence. So it's just according to the level of, let's say, or self-assessment of how prepared I am to transmit on, or I consider this is a good practice, I transmit it, I want to learn from the others. So for us, the ambition is transmitting excellence. Why? For simple reason that also Cesare highlighted before. So our approach to excellence is inclusive. So we, using the intelligence of, nominated centers that compose our network, we ambition, that we transmit excellence to other parts of the networks, in countries, at international level, at sectorial level. So it is there our ambition. So this is our goal. So I think the transmission that can be, let's say, according to our vision and position on the debate of excellence worldwide, there are several forms on which we understand that our members can develop. But one of the important things is that collaboration between schools is one of the ways. One of the ways is also autonomy is a driver. Projects and innovation, sharing innovation. So because, for example, we are now jumping in the Industrial Revolution 5.0, and I think I am not so sure if we understood the 4.0, but we are jumping in the 5.1. So I think these are of the of the challenges that I think we have ahead, and this is for that also we engage together our centers, and one important thing is how to build this vision also for our members in the networks on how they can influence policy reforms, not only, acting as a practitioners, learning as a practitioner, but of course they are also, we have to create this vision, sharing this vision with our centers, that they will be also recipients for informing future policy reforms on vocational education all over the world. I hope I answered your question again.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think there is not a specific question. I'm trying to give you inputs because I know that you have so vast, so large experience, and every time I discover something that is new by your side, and I try just to introduce it. And I would like to close this chapter before to pass to the next one. I have in mind also to bring you on the digitization field. I know that you are not the one in charge of this, but if you can also give some answer on this, because by our side we have some change and some proposal, and I would like to highlight it. But also, so just to close this, could I say that our members can take advantage of this, let me say, even strange kind of collaboration among practitioners and experts, I would say. Taking this opportunity to receive from you support to excellence, not only collaboration in peer learning rates that we have activated, but the real presence of your expert is an effort that they can receive thanks to this collaboration that we have activated. I think that this is what we have seen in the last months, because many times when we have asked you support in some specific topic, and we know that we collaborate, for example, we organize 2-3 webinars per month, and each time you show this capacity to find the proper resources, the very good experts that give this contribution on this each time different specific topic. So I think that is a very important aspect of this collaboration. By one side you have network, by the other side you have the experts, and so we match because there is a need to go to excellence, and there is an offer of excellence view on what excellence is, what the future of education is. In this regard, we have involved tens of your experts in these webinars that are organized together. And I think that we produce together a very high value in this regard. So these webinars are a product that is very important in my opinion, because they talk directly to the ones that have needs. And you bring the best expertise available to our members. And not only, of course, because the webinars can be accessed by anyone, but in our regard, this collaboration is very fruitful, and you offer to us this possibility. Thank you very much. I would like to remark that we are very thankful for this opportunity, because you bring us the ingredients for the excellence. This is a very important collaboration that we have activated. Of course, Manuel, this is my point of view. Please correct me if it's wrong, but I think we have activated a very important collaboration, because you bring to us the ingredients from the excellence. I would like to close this chapter. If you agree on this, I can move and bring you on other fields.
No, absolutely, Giovanni. I totally agree with you. Also, because we are doing it in pandemic times. So, and I think that it is important also to understand that also for excellence and internationalization, I think the benefit of the digital solution, now more than ever before, so digitalization is also offering the opportunity, okay, to connect each other. We miss the human touch factor, and what we offered in our seminars also, from my point of view, looking at the quality assurance for the future, one of the things that we should also be, let's say, what we have to watch out more in detail, perhaps, is monitoring implementation of certain, learning lessons that are in these seminars. I think this is one of the things that we will try also to do carefully in the actions that we are putting in place from NE, because indeed, let's say the different roles that the COVES of our network, or, part also of your network had in our initiatives, is touching different roles. We have different roles, looking at active partners that are those that make kicking a start, the process, and are more involved, are committed to participate. For example, in our partnership on entrepreneurial COVES, we have a hub of 7-8 COVES that are those that are going to, let's say, create the fil rouge, for the rest of the initiative. In green, we have 17th. The interest of the topic is wider, and also because there are 17th COVES in our network that commit to share experience and practices on this issue, because also they feel they are mature enough, or they have a level of development that even can put into circulation, in order to let's say improve. So for me, one of the challenges is this one. So how can we activate also, or look more in detail, quality assurance of this mobilization of knowledge, because also for sure, this is also one way that we work at the ETF from years ago, which is also, creating agents of changes, on which also, the responsibility of transferring the knowledge from one to the others, should be taken by somebody, because indeed this is also the purpose of a network, So networking is that. Networking is learning something, or you want to learn something, and you find that the colleague, the institution, the tree on which you can hatch this tree, and embrace the knowledge or pass your knowledge. This is also the purpose of the networking approaches.
Absolutely, we are approaching to the end of this session. We still have minutes available, and I think that even your last remarks brings us naturally to my thoughts. That was how we deal in this pandemic period in doing all these things together. Because you mentioned this aspect that we collaborate at distance, because of course, this was the condition in the last 1.5 years. So we have to equip us with new tools, and we also face discussions that we had in this regard, and we have a specific team that works on the utilization of TVET. We have resources that we have developed. I would like just to mention something relating to Skillman side in this regard. That is very simple, but for us it's very important because it constitutes a very important effort to provide this. So in the last meeting, we thought that all the activities that we were doing had to be valorized also not only as individual webinars. So we tried to design a digital platform to make this aspect concrete, implemented a Moodle application that is an open source. I think majority of the connected person now, because belonging to education sector, probably they know it. And we have installed this platform, some aspect that we think very important. I was talking this morning in the introduction in my speech, the aspect of the credentials. So we have connected this to the new Europass system portal, and we try to release digital badges directly from the Europass accreditation system to the ones that participate to our events. This is the first time that we implement concretely this, thanks to my colleagues Irena and coordinated by Maria Elena and other colleagues. So we are trying to go in this direction to connect the European tools like Europass to our offer of digital activities, digital learning activities. We have put in this another open source solution that is the Rocket Chat to allow people to make networkings, and even in this session today we have the inauguration of this. But this will be the model for the next period of our offer in terms of webinars and collaborating online, live collaboration online. Using this platform is also provided, as probably the people connected are seeing, of other solutions. So we try to create a digital environment where learning is benefited, is produced, is provoked, not only of course with presentation, but with continuous interactions. As you know, we have desperate learning clips that collaborate on another platform. It's a Basecamp. This is not open source, it's a proprietary platform. So we will try to merge all these things together. Our team that is quite distributed from Germany, Ukraine, another Italy, so is trying to develop this solution. What is your, I know that, so your approach is totally, of course, totally different. You are not thinking only to some members, so you have different targets. But of course, in terms of digitization, what you have to remark as a vision for the future, for what is your effort in this regard? So you have, I know that you have team members that work in this. Probably we are curious even to know how you are setting this drive.
Thank you, Giovanni. Yes, indeed, as I said before, for us it's very clear that digitalization is also an opportunity for excellence, for an internationalization of excellence. So I think we now we are so much aware that the future or the present just today, so it goes around, digital solutions, platforms. So improvement of, our platforms and our web tools, etc. So this is one of the things that we are also looking at. And what we are working now in the internal kitchen, also at the institutional level, is, is a new communication plan, looking much more at the services that also are needed by centers of vocational excellence. So customing more and orienting much more, the individual needs of certain COVEs. Of course, we are building in the partnerships we are doing, and we are building also in the experience we have also with self-assessment tool, which also, let's say, we have plans in the pipeline on how to digitalize the tool, So I think overall, we are discussing on these approaches that we know very well that, and we are very much aware that can help, internationalizing in excellence, in platform approaches among different members. And engaging different type of stakeholders, including our role as international organization, etc. And in the other hand, we had to look also, at the how, happens internationalization and excellence, and excellence is without borders. Basically, we will have to support in our communication strategy, the voices of the COVEs, also for interact among themselves, because also in NE, so our role is to manage this network, but also what we ambition is that COVEs, become also autonomous to interact among themselves, for doing projects together, other projects together, profiting, funding opportunities for different programs, profiting also, their experience to, make coalitions among themselves to discuss issues that could affect one country, but could also be a problem in another country for tomorrow. So this is the purpose also, and we are preparing a new, let's say, communication strategy for NF for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that in such complexity, we are trying to clarify some aspects, but of course, the collaboration, the triangular collaboration is deep, is composed by very different several different aspects that we cannot clarify all that. Unfortunately, Dr. Yagana was not connected, so we didn't say too much regarding the collaboration with ADD. We have taken the floor to talk about each other. Anyway, so we have this important book that will be also presented in the program, and it was also an example of this triangular collaboration. It is also involving this research and this publishing is also involving the three parts, not only of course. But by your side, I think that it will be Dr. Giorgio Tsitsinos to present the part that we have developed, but I know that also another chapter was developed by Dr. Manuela Prina. And so we have collaborated in this regard for Skillman. Just imagine a little bit for ourselves. Skillman was a real great opportunity to understand even our limits, because then of course when you go to investigate, to understand, then you make a picture of yourself. So you see yourself in the mirror, no? And you try to describe yourself. Of course, that you try to always see the better part, but then you also evidence the limits of your organization. So we have contributed with different perspectives and different topics, but I think this is something very concrete. This work was coordinated by Professor Rupert McLean. So one of the main editors was Professor Rupert McLean. I have to mention right now that unfortunately for an accident that happened yesterday, Professor McLean will not take part as expected to that presentation. We make our best wishes to Professor McLean. We know that this is not something that puts him in danger of life, but he will have to stay out from the network for 3 weeks probably. So this was the last information we got yesterday. This effective collaboration was a research, but we wish also to collaborate on the field activities. And for this reason, we have an ongoing memorandum understanding text that we are discussing to be signed by the three parties. So to include also our friends from Asian Development Bank in our concrete on the field collaboration, to get out from the field of pure research that they do very well, and then to enter more deep in the aspects that are more researched by our members, not to have reports, to have contribution, to have support for the excellence. So we have the other publishing that was very important for us, that sign in our regard, the idea of the collaboration, because in that publishing that you have, that I presented this morning, you defined the concept of excellence for all. And I said also, Manuel, that this is important glue for us, no? Because I refer to the ethical values. We don't work for some elite, we don't work for the best performance. They are really the best performance. Our concept is the radar chart, I mean, the concept to bring all together at an upper level of excellence. So involving in this average calculation of the quality of the excellence level, all the parts that this is something that differentiates a little bit. I would like to ask you, even if we have time, yes, just, and then I would like to ask if there is someone that would like to make a question. We have the microphone and we can move to you. So this is the last part by my side. In this regard, we have this little difference. When you talk about the centers of vocational excellence, probably I know you refer to individual institutions. Instead, the Global COVES initiative that represents only few COVES, but these few COVES are composed by a sub-network. So we call the COVES, the Global COVES initiative has identified a number of COVES that are territorial networks of members under the field definition of all these different stakeholders together. And we have a leader that normally must be TVET provider. In the case, for example, of Lisbon, we have the municipality because they also deploy TVET services to their own customers, to citizens. So, Manuel, before to give the floor for a question, would you like to interact in this regard among this difference among for COVID definition? Do you have something? Would you like to say something on this?
Yes, just to conclude, I think also, this approach, excellence for all is for that we are partners. So we are here, we share the same philosophy and, approach to excellence. In the different levels, undoubtedly, transnational, international is our, let's say, role, but we are very much aware that excellence approaches are happening at regional level. I think later on we will have regional and local levels, and there we jump into the discussion of how an ecosystem operates, how an ecosystem is composed, what is the genome on an ecosystem, what type of ecosystem you can have in that or that geographical remit, because an ecosystem overall is a partnership, that has a geographical location. But I think later on our colleague Mervi also will jump into, or during these days, I saw Mervi is going to brief on that, and I am pretty sure that Mervi is going to explain also much more in detail than from my side now this. But of course, what I see is that, is the interaction in our role between, reconciliation of the national, transnational, international levels, based, on how our partners and our cover are operating at regional and local, and sectorial ones. So from there, we jump into, from the local to the international level, and we go again back to from the international level to the local one. So this is the capacity also, what is, the capacity that we want to, let's say, prove and achieve from NA, So bringing what is happening in the experiences at local level, discussing it, on how this can fit to national policy frameworks, scaling up, which is something that also Cesare underlined it before, and how this can also be part of transferring excellence at the international level, compare if this is happening in other countries, to facilitate, this, common ground on which we are going to try to learn from each other, because behind this beautiful initiative on excellence is that we are more than aware that we thought that we knew everything, but what we realize is that we need to learn every day all together, because we are facing a lot of challenges, and we are in challenging times on which, we need each other to build together in a common world that hopefully will be more beautiful for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. There is any question or remark from the room here? Someone will take the microphone? Yes. Thank you. Please introduce yourself, and I switch the camera. Just one moment. I switch the camera to your direction. Just a moment. Yes, please.
I'm Nigel Lloyd. Do you want me to come nearer to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, now I'm listening.
Yeah, okay. We see you now.
I'm coming from UK, and I work for a consultancy called Caprof. And I just wanted to make a few points that have arisen from the discussions that have happened today. The first one is that traditionally, I've always learned about attitudes, skills, and knowledge being what makes up competency. And I think we now have to go from those three initials of A, S, and K, which were competence when taken together. I think we now need to go to 4. That fourth one is networking or linking together, so that I think we have to have an acronym around NASK. And I think this is going to be very important in the future. It's a new model. So that was one thing I wanted to feed back. A second one is that in promoting things, then clearly diversity and equity are very important, because we get that variety that leads to innovation, and it also gives greater robustness of what we develop. It's very easy being in a small cocoon and thinking how excellent one is, but the robustness comes from having people from outside the cocoon developing things together. That requires humility, because there is a great tradition, particularly in education, of arrogance. People who are at the top feel that they know the best and that everybody else needs to learn from them. So my third point is that education needs to become much more one of facilitating and supporting rather than telling and teaching. And I think that the Skillman network, working at the VET level, needs to very much concentrate on that, because things are changing so quickly that we need to learn from each other. Our teachers need to become the facilitators and the supporters rather than the teachers. And my last point is that I have been increasingly using a model, the 70-20-10 model, which I think people know about, that the 10% is the formal knowledge, the 20% is the informal, make sure I get this right, is the informal knowledge or informal learning, and the 70% is the non-formal. And all of my experience has been that 70% is generally the dominant, and that the higher education tends to concentrate on the 10%, which means that Skillman, with its emphasis on vocational education and training, is at least adding the 20% to the 10%, so it's 1/3 of it. And now with the networking, we need to get that last 70% in there too. So those are just some thoughts that I've had brought up by this discussion this morning. Thank you very much. And well done for coping with all of the technical difficulties and staying calm.
So, thank you very much, Nigel. You know how I much appreciate your suggestions, your considerations, your point of view, and I think that in this regard, the Skillman Action, especially for the intention to organize networking, is very much engaged in this direction, in this view, and of course, the majority of our efforts looks to put stakeholders together. So we try to make it concrete, inviting stakeholders, not depending on their role or their known capacity, but what they can bring into the table of the discussion. This is also one of our models for the design of curricula, where we say that when you sit around the table where you are going to decide what are the skills for the future, you need to collect all the parts, not only the ones that think to have the knowledge, no? But all the contributions are relevant because the curricula of today are the society of tomorrow. So in this view of the future society, modeled, designed, rather deciding the right skills for your territory, it's very much important, this interaction that must be horizontal and not vertical. So thank you very much to remark this. The other aspect that you also mentioned regarding the distribution of characteristics, and so we have also many universities that are higher education that are members of us, but of course, being Skillman, the network for skills on advanced manufacturing, we look at the organizations that are able to create not theoretical knowledge, but practical knowledge in the hands of people. I mean, this not only with the hands, but of course, you understand me, I think, perfectly, because you are an expert more than me on this. Thank you very much. I don't know, Manuel, if you are still connected, if you would like to comment, and we are going to close because time is finished. But then, before to close, there is my colleague, Valentina, I think, has to provide some information for organization and so on. So, Manuel, please.
Nothing else. I think only thank you all colleagues and congratulations for this forum, the organization, hard work you are doing. Pleasure to be here, and we are in the network. So we are meeting each other today, and this is the opportunity that you are giving us also to see our faces all together. And I'm very happy and open on to receive your news, and you will receive mine, and that's all. Thank you. See you soon.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. So, before we leave this communication from my colleague. Okay, can you hear me? Can you move so I can switch to the front camera? Sure. The front camera for Valentina. Before the operation of the communication, thank you very much to the experts that have taken part this morning. It was already done by a colleague, but I want personally also be thankful for their contribution. I know how much they are busy, and the fact that they have allowed us to benefit from their own experience and professionalism is very much appreciated. I'm very honored about this availability, and of course, at the name of the network, I want to thank you very much. The other aspect that I would like to underline, that nevertheless, all these difficulties, of course, that we have experimented in the starting, the forum provides very important contributions from many members. We have plus 100 speakers, and we expect to learn very much. I think that if you don't learn in such kind of experiences, the experience is not good. So my wish is that we can learn many things together, contaminating each other with our opinions. So we have the online chat that can be used for this. Of course, the ones that are busy to talk, it's difficult to read and to write the chat at the same time, but I promise that even by my part, I will try to answer the various posts that I have seen before. Please, Valentina, it's your last moment. I switch the camera to you.
Yes, okay, so it's almost 1, so it's lunchtime, and after this hectic and very interesting opening session of this morning, I think it's time for us to get some refresh and go for lunch. So this will be the end of this morning session. Thanks again to the authorities of Bologna and Emilia-Romagna for hosting us. Just one consideration from my side, because I am here in this beautiful place, and it's really beautiful to be surrounded by so much art. So that is an added value to all this atmosphere that is very beautiful to me. Also, we have many guests here from all over the world. We have our friends from Turkey, and we have people from the UK and other countries, and I see them not only European countries but also non-European countries. So thanks very much for taking the effort of reaching us today. Regarding the afternoon session, we will see you all at 2 p.m. So we have 1 hour to freshen up and to have something to eat. We will come back to the same place here, and we will have networking sessions. So this will be a space for all the participants online and on site to network a little bit, because it's also a big part that we would like to emphasize with this conference. So thank you very much for now. The people who are connecting again online, please use the same link or just stay connected and just switch off the camera and your microphone. And I'll see you all in about 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch and see you later. Thank you.
Now you can go. Sorry. Sorry. Please.
Okay, so good afternoon. We are now ready to open the afternoon session. We hope you freshened up and we had a nice lunch. We're starting now the afternoon session with the thematic rooms. So just to give it a quick introduction to what they are. Those are digital spaces that are, let's say, for informal environments, and we decided to dedicate these different spaces to one specific topic. We hope you can join these networking sessions. They're going to be on until 2:50, so for another 35 minutes. And yeah, you can join these spaces. In each of these spaces, we have like a facilitator, so an expert that is going to host those discussions. So basically, you can join one of those and discuss one of these topics depending to what you're interested in debating. Just follow the instructions on Moodle, on the e-learning platform that we're using for the conference. And yeah, that would be it, Giovanni.
Well, I mean, when people talk about green skills and when they talk about sort of green curriculum, I mean, there tends to be a sort of range of things they talk about. Some of them are more kind of early stage, some more medium stage, and some sort of further down the pipeline. I mean, at the sort of beginning stage, you know, the stuff about awareness, and this is, you know, this is sort of is almost implicit in existing curricula, which is just kind of thinking through the implications of what people are doing already against different kinds of environmental and sustainability indicators. Yeah. So that's, you know, that's kind of the upfront stuff. And then beyond that, people think about how in existing vocational profiles, the various environmental objectives can be kind of factored in alongside other objectives, and how the various judgments about balance and decisions can be made so that you're achieving environmental goals, or you're making sure you're not achieving environmental negative outcomes at the same time. So so the first level is kind of understanding and awareness. The second level is kind of splicing it into existing vocational profiles. So if you've already got a profile on catering, or a profile on engineering or something, that you're building into those existing competencies which are already there. And then further down the line, there's this notion, you know, of totally new occupational profiles, which are addressing emerging or as yet unfully understood new skill sets, new profiles, which belong to that brave new world, which is going to be green. So in that sense, there is a transition, I would say, a transition in terms of thinking in terms of the curriculum. And I suppose you could lay on to that a sort of transition in terms of sort of teaching and learning methodologies and styles, which would correspond to that, but which might not entirely coincide with that, because, you know, sometimes, you know, more advanced pedagogies can operate with less advanced curriculum, and vice versa.
So you're the European Training Foundation. Are you funded by the European Union?
We are. They pay us in euros.
Very good, very good.
I mean, just to make it plain, we're not a training organization, nor do we design curriculum, but we give advice. We give advice usually to sovereign states about how they can do it.
Yes, rather loudly, yes. Okay.
Ciao, Giovanni.
Good.
Like a ghost.
Okay then, Giovanni. We'll let you go when you want to.
So, were we being sort of broadcast in the plenary there? Oh, there's Giovanni.
Good. I'm not quite sure. I didn't want to ask. better to remain unknown, I think, sometimes.
I think so.
So you were saying that and I remember you saying this earlier on, that you're mostly on the consultancy side to that. But when the EU, if I may ask, when the EU provides your funding, do they give you guidelines on how you may develop your ideas? Because you could move faster being more nimble than, say, the Green Deal in Europe, which has to come through, be approved by members and then be.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we're relatively independent because we're a freestanding agency. So we could run on fast or not run on fast. Clearly, we have to be guided by European policy. I mean, that's the framework within which we act. Yeah. But we have a particular mission to cooperate and collaborate with Europe's neighbours, so all the countries surrounding Europe, and to encourage them to work within the the policy priorities, but also the frameworks for action which Europe is setting, and also to collaborate and network with educational decision makers and providers within Europe. So, I mean, we would be sort of working with a country and encourage them to say, well, how are you planning that your curriculum in your vocational system are going to be modified in order to give an appropriate place for green skills over the next, 3 years, 5 years, and so on.
Yes, that's interesting.
I mean, you said before that the textbooks are written. I mean, maybe.
That in the common sense of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling as a new possibility. So it was very interesting. Our colleague from Bulgaria who has explained this. Yes, these are very, very important questions, and you can add to these questions as well the questions of the higher education field. Because at the moment, the biggest market in the world, in the university field, is as well the micro-credential field. That means the so-called former CPD developments, short courses, programs, is getting more and more important and is in preparation for this new field of upskilling and reskilling of a change, very, very important. So it's not only in the TVET field, it is as well in the field of higher education for university degrees, a very important point. And to finalize, at the end, something is clear. I have made an analytical study about the use of micro-credentials in Oceania, in America, and in our hemisphere. And all are having other definitions, but the most of them are in a common sense that they are looking for smaller course programs, to use this term. So, yeah, I think it's important how we use that in the future. And when we are looking to micro, meso, and macro credential evaluation, then as well, how we are using this and how we are going ahead and what is the need and which possible fields we can bring on board. Yeah. Hello. Good to see you.
Okay, very interesting approach.
I think the best is that our
No,
leader
no.
of this room is presenting.
Well, we are introducing, as a matter of fact, the first question. Yeah, I was saying that going the central issues about micro-credentials. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Urs, do you hear me? No. You hear me? Ah, okay. No, I was only telling that we were discussing the first questions and the first issues about the. Okay, do you hear me now? Urs, do you hear me?
Yes.
No. Allora. Urs, do you hear me? Okay, so I don't know if Giovanni hears me, but I was saying that we are discussing the. Okay. So I'm trying to talk, but before I was talking, and let's see in this way. Now you hear me? No. Do you hear me?
Yes, but not very well.
Adesso. Vabbè. Do you hear me now?
We hear
okay,
you
so
very
I
good.
was saying that we were discussing the central issues of micro-credentials. Okay, so I was discussing the central theme of micro-credentials, in particular, making a comparison with the different approaches of national governments and international governments. And Krasimira describes the critical issues that Bulgarian government are discussing about micro-credentials. Urs was describing the approaches that are really important, expressed by different international organizations like OECD and European Commission. And then we were going through the panel that is very short because we are free now. And I was going to giving an answer to Krasimira about some issues that she was expressing. So if it's possible, I go on about that. And because I wanted to say that one issue that Krasimira put on the table, that, for example, the difference between qualifications on long vocational training courses and micro-credential is very central also for us. Please, Giovanni, if you could put off your microphone, so it is better for us. And maybe this theme is also central in Italy, because the problem is that we also develop long vocational training courses, and on the other part, many times to go through the short qualifications, short micro-credentials from those long qualifications is very, very difficult. For doing this fact, we must talk about planning long courses as a sum of micro-credentials, as a sum of little bricks where micro-qualifications can be provided to people that, for example, decide to attend the long courses. And I think that this is an approach that in many contexts is not so easy to find. What I want to say in very simple words is that if you want to teach and to gain micro-credentials, it is necessary to have a public organization that recognizes your attendance in those very short modules. But on the other side, you got to plan what are the full plenary contents that are in those really short modules. And this is not so frequent in micro-credential settings. Now, John, it off his microphone, and now it's very much better to talk. I don't know if Urs and Krasimir about that have something to say about these facts. Do you hear me?
I would add, yes, I would add to the field. You have now only explained the field of VET and TVET. And I said, on the other hand, that micro-credential is therefore so powerful because the higher education field, the universities want to have that as well. So we can clearly say why micro-credentials is so powerful now. Micro-credentials is so powerful because we will focus within the next some months a big group of people worldwide who has to get upskilled and reskilled. And people are not doing upskilling and reskilling when their qualification which they are getting at the end is not recognized. And that is the ground and the reason because the European Union and OECD and other multinational organizations have taken this problem on their A1 list. Because if we can't organize a full international recognition, and if we have only badges, then people are not doing their upskilling and reskilling.
So, Lisa, I think that according to your words, maybe this fact is very important also to provide and to sustain mobility, international mobility for workers, for people that want to get a short qualifications that can be recognized. In fact, I as a matter of fact, honestly, I am very skeptical because not of the importance of micro-credentials, but on the fact that also on the side of long qualifications, the implementation of the ECVET, the ECVET, and the other European systems throughout the European member states is really a thing that is still far to be completely succeeded and achieved among member states. I don't know, Krasimira, what no, she doesn't. Urs, another question that I was another issue that I was thinking about, and I would like to put it to you because of your experience and the background that you described. What do you think about technological platforms? I mean, what do you think about the how can I say, the competition and the competitivity of other completely private platforms, like, for example, LinkedIn training platforms, these micro credentials, yes, qualifications, micro training and micro credential too are offered. Do you think that, for example, this platform could be in these periods so much more advanced than our public institutions, that at the end of the day, workers and people will prefer to achieve and to get access to these platforms instead of asking to the public institutions like these micro credentials? I don't know if I was clear about that. If we can please, Rossella. Rossella.
And what I have to do?
Put off.
To switch off the mic.
On the... Okay, switch off.
Okay.
Okay. So the question to Urs was what does he think about the private platforms that give micro credentials?
I understood your questions, and your questions are going to the heart. Yes, you're right. The situation is really upskilling and reskilling is the decision of bringing private providers onto the market, because the existing accredited and approved educational authorities can't do this big job for the future. So it is at the moment the situation of going out of the ivory tower and making available for private training organizations and saying them which quality standards they should follow. You said something before about your criticism because of the TVET and the ECTS programs.
Yeah.
I have to say I was a member of the quality expert group of the European Union 2018, when we have opened and signed the acceptance of informal and non-formal learning for the future. And I was as well in the expert group for the Bologna tools. That means diploma supplement, ECTS, then later ECVET system, etc. And I want to mention the ECTS system and the ECVET system are modularized programs. And the idea behind is that the different modules could be mapped to other modules. And therefore, we have all these APL, APCL, and APEL possibilities, accreditation of prior learning, accreditation of prior experienced learning, accreditation of prior certificated learning. In this case, micro-credentials is as well connected with APCL. That means that certificates from another providers, maybe from a private provider, could get accepted, and therefore a reduction of the study and a reduction of the study price should be the follow-up for people who bring that to official authority. So yes, it is the situation that we are at the opening door of bringing other training organizations into the market. And all the private training organizations are interested, and therefore the big networks like LinkedIn, they already make this because they see the money connected with this, you know? And that is the future. And therefore we need, how can I say, a benchmarking quality standards for how to handle this, but we need an open possibility, because we want to have millions of people upskilled and reskilled. And if we are making the standards too high, then this is not helping our problem. Then people are not willing to upskilling and reskilling methods. So yeah, I think this is the situation.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting what you say. I think that you took some very, very critical issues. Sorry, Giovanni. Yeah, but before you, I want to ask to Rossella make her introduction in order to have all these participants know about each other. No, no problem. Rossella, do you hear me? No, Rossella doesn't hear you. Okay, we'll pass to your question. So, Giovanni. Rossella, do you hear me? No. So, Giovanni, can you tell your question? But okay, you got.
If I can give a short answer, I think Skillman is an ideal partner in this question, because Skillman is a network of networks where many stakeholders are there. And this is a question of different stakeholders, because the different stakeholders are giving other answers. So I think it is very important, and we should create a group to micro-credentials of Skillman and their networks. And then this group should, with surveys and with discussions, ask for the needs of the different stakeholders. There was only a short survey at the European Union and at OECD this summer. And now they are thinking they know everything, but that's not true, because less people have answered to the survey. So I think it is still needed, like Krasimira is coming from an agency in the VET field in Bulgaria, and that is a tremendous question for them, how to handle that for the future. Because at the moment, micro-credentials are not a prominent point, because it's not allowed in the regulations at the moment. And it is another situation. They have the qualifications, and micro-credentials are not qualifications at the moment in Bulgaria. So at the moment, this transparency of the Bologna idea is not given. So you can't map it. You can't map a micro-credential qualification to another study program and getting a reduction in the study because you have done that already in another course. So I really think Skillman could help to the question.
Well, no, I think that no. First of all, I thank very much Urs, because his observations are very central to the theme. I think I make a basic sentence that maybe there is a need to be proclaimed, that is the need of the single worker or trainee to be recognized his or her competencies, or she gained before, or he or she gained during very short experiences on the VET context, or and in work contexts, or in other contexts. I think that if we also as a Skillman network, we try to push, for example, the European states like in Bulgaria, to make a commitment to make their VET providers to recognize these rights of people, then all the other stuff is something procedural. What I want to say is that if you come to me, to my VET center, and you say, okay, I made these experiences and I achieved these competencies, whatever they are, and however the center is together of the public institution, is to provide all the means in order to try to read and decipher those competencies in their VET system, in their qualification system. It is a basic right of the citizen. If we don't if we don't start from this basic aspect,
Now we are back. Sorry, because the discussion was continuing and I was not conscious about the time because too many windows open here. So we have now, Julian, I think it's your turn to take the leadership of this session. This is the audience roundtable. We have Julian, the president-elect of IBECA, as the first speaker. Can you activate your camera to me because I don't see you? Okay, I see only the avatar. Are you hearing me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I cannot see your camera.
Okay, 1 second.
Sorry, Julian, for this little delay. It is my responsibility. I was giving a Paul's presentation on the room, and I forgot the time was passing. Sorry, very not professional.
That's all right.
I'm just, yep, just give me a second. I'm hearing an echo, so maybe it's because of the spatial chat thing on as well.
Try to, yeah, it was the same for me, also in the spatial chat. So in the moment, in the time that you prepare your camera, I would like to remember what is in the program. We have now this session that is aimed to present the relevance of the alliance that includes, of course, different organizations, very important organizations because of their roles in the society. They are very important even because they have a strong impact on the society. They represent citizens, they represent experts in education, and so on. So we will have presentations. First presentation is from IVETA, that is an important partner for Skillman, also for the coverage that IVETA should provide the network of experts and teachers in education. And also because of the kind of audience that IVETA can bring into the discussion. So I don't see yet Julian. Then we have.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me?
Okay, just a moment because I can see. Yeah, now I can see your presentation and also not our participants, not yet, but I can see you. So the floor is yours, Julian. Thank you very much in advance for your contribution. I know we are partners, working day by day together. I would like to introduce you with a very extended celebration to your capacity. I will just leave it to say that you are one of the best experts that we have the pleasure to collaborate. Julian paid me for this. And of course, we very much appreciate your commitment to make this alliance to grow up together. And I would say also that this commitment has also brought to an effective result because starting from probably 2 years, we have moved the first steps with only few things, but now we are very well integrated. We are doing a large number of initiatives together with, I hope, reciprocal advantage. By the Skillman side, this alliance with IVETA is tremendous. Thank you very much. I wish that we can continue in this way. Thank you, Julian. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, for those wonderful words. As he has already said most of my speech for me, I am just going to try and be quick. So the SkillNet Alliance is something that IVETA is very proud to be part of. We are working with some wonderful, wonderful partners, AER, who you will hear from later, European Network for Innovation and Inclusion, IAPRL, ETF, and Skillman, of course. So I'm just really going to talk about our project very generally. It's to create a transnational VET providers network across not just the EU, but around the world. And we invite partners from everywhere to join us because we hope to influence TVET policy at the governmental level, enhance collaboration between our stakeholders, and also develop curricula and training of trainers. Our role, IVETA's role in the SkillNet Alliance is primarily one of quality assurance and evaluation. It sounds terribly boring, but it's necessary. So we look after our work package 2, which is all about the quality plan and making sure that everything is going accordingly to the plan, and also to organize internal and external evaluations. As part of our program, we organize 4 peer learning clubs in the following areas. We look at the sectoral area, which is advanced manufacturing, We look at social equity so that we can look at how we can influence policy and push the importance of TVET at governmental level. We also look at quality assurance in terms of work-based learning and standards and how we can marry education with the workplace better. And finally, we look at the operational side, which is to ensure that our trainers and educators have the right abilities, skills, and support to do the best that they can do in their work. So our responsibilities have been to participate in the peer learning clubs and to help with writing and collecting research for the position papers and to oversee events focusing on Peer Learning Club 4, which is Train the Trainers. With Skillman, we have run 4 webinars and we've got more webinars scheduled for 2022. And we've also participated in other webinars organized by our friends at AER and also Skillman on EU sources of funding and VET tools and initiatives. We have participated at the Skillman International Forum for 3 years now, first in Florence. Last year was online because of you know what. And 2021, we are pleased to say that we will be leading a group of about 30 delegates to Lisbon tomorrow. So if you are going to be in Lisbon, please say hello. We are very friendly. We don't bite unless you ask us to. And we shall also be presiding over a youth leadership session in the coming days in Lisbon. Tomorrow, I hope you'll join us when our president highlights the importance of mental health in TVET. In terms of collaboration and dissemination, we are very happy to work with our SkillNet partners, as mentioned before. We are also working with Skillman to develop the Global Coast framework, which is a very, very exciting implementation of the COVE concept, but at an international level with multi-level stakeholders. We have also participated in Erasmus Plus Days since 2020. And also we have done activities for European Vocational Skills Week, nothing this year, but next year for sure. And also we have promoted the Skillman Alliance at other conferences, some of which you can see below there. So that is IVETA in a nutshell and our role in the Skillman Alliance, SkillNet Alliance. And if you want to see more about IVETA or learn more about us, just go to iveta.global. Thank you. Giovanni, back to you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. You know how much I'm fascinated by your way to present every time. Of course, there is a gap for my English pronunciation that it's not possible to be passed. But of course, I really much appreciate also the contents, not only the way how you present it. These contents are very important, Julian, thank you very much. And we know that you follow these declarations with concrete facts, because we know how you contribute so much to this collaboration, and we are very grateful. So I think it's true now. It's a turn now of another very good friend that is Alicia, but I don't see her. I don't know. Alicia, are you connected? Sorry, because I'm not seeing, because there are many speakers now. Can you activate your microphone? Or Aurora probably replace? I don't know. No, okay, we wait that they will be connected, probably some problem. I have not to say okay, otherwise my telephone react. So, yes, so, sorry. I pass to the next speaker, and then we put in standby. Anna, I have seen you in the speakers. Avatars. Can you activate your microphone, please? And I will introduce you.
Hello, Giovanni. Yes, on AR side, it's going to be both me and Birgit. So she's going to go first if you want to go ahead and give the floor to you.
Yes, of course. I see also Birgit. I don't know if you will share the presentation. So this is the turn of the Assembly of European Region that is arrived in this alliance more recently. Time passed, but you will say from now on, because I don't remember. I always say 1.5 years. Julian said 3 years. Yes, I remember when
my intervention.
for
So later
on. So, okay, Alicia is here. I was already introducing another speaker, but I see Alicia on my screen. So please, we continue, Alicia, with the Assembly of European Regions, and then I will be back to you as soon as they will have ended the presentation. So, Anna and Birgit, I don't know who will take the floor of you. Please.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you also, Julian, for your kind words of before. So yes, I'm Birgit Sandu from the Assembly of European Regions. As was mentioned, we are partners of the Skillnet project since yes, more than 1 year, and yeah. It has been a nice years of a lot of activities, partnerships and cooperation. And me and Anna will briefly make a point on what we did in this year in relation to skills and the TVET sector. So I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Can you more or less see? I'm gonna go in presentation mode. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm looking for the presentation mode since we are with Google and I'm not very familiar.
In the same time that you are going to send your presentation, I would like to end my introduction with some comment about your value for the network, because I will say that you are why you are very important for this alliance, because you bring the public bodies view on our discussions, and you are able to mobilize, to involve concretely these public authorities that we have in sometime as a partners, sometimes as counterparts to discuss with for all the contents that we want to develop. So it's very important your role, and I would like to comment how was by our side this role was very effective, because even if you started an ongoing process, you have shown a concrete ability to enter in the system immediately. You were immediately effective in this. So this shows an experienced organization able to set immediately the results on an ongoing process. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, for these words. So yes, as mentioned, me and Anna will briefly go through our through the role of the Assembly of European Regions in the Skillnet Alliance, and yes, explain what we did in terms of mutual learning, and also provide an overview of the advocacy campaign that we have jointly developed together. So the Assembly of European Regions, as Giovanni was mentioning, brings to the table in the debate regional and local policymakers to join forces with TVET experts in the development of new TVET curricula that can respond to the challenges of the future. We are the largest independent network of regional and local authorities in the wider Europe, with more than 130 members. And what we do is We launch cooperation among European regions, and we represent regional and local interests at the European level through advocacy, mutual learning, and place-based innovation of policy, as well as with European projects, which are a tool through which we do both advocacy and mutual learning. And then on the other hand, we also work on empowering youth through 3 programs, which are the EuroDC, the Summer Academy, and the Youth Regional Council. Our value for the partnership has been supporting the TVET sector in the development of indeed the new TVET curricula that can match and adapt to the rapidly changing economic and societal needs and trends, such as the demographic trends, globalization, climate change, digital transformation, and not lastly the COVID pandemic. And how we supported this innovation in the TVET sector. We did it on several fronts. So on one hand, we had mutual learning activities through a multi-stakeholder approach that indeed sought to bring together experts in the TVET sector from different fields, from the academia, from professionals like teachers, representative of businesses, and policymakers. And these mutual learning activities were developed with the objective of establishing relevant cross-sectional and cross-national partnerships that could last in the long term. Then on the other hand, we worked on the dissemination of youth funding opportunities as well as instruments available for regions and TVET stakeholders that they can employ to develop future projects in the field. And lastly, we've been working on the development of an advocacy action to scale up the local needs in the TVET sector and inform the European debates and policies accordingly. Very briefly, our work has been mostly around what we call in the project X-axis. So we have worked on strengthening the horizontal cooperation and partnerships in the sector. We did it through 18 mutual learning webinars on new funding opportunities. And in these 18 webinars, we covered a great variety of topics, which reflected the priorities that our regional and local authorities identified in relation to TVET, as well as in relation to rural and regional development. So what were the needs that local and regional authorities identified for their changing societies? So we built around those topics, we brought around these topics a series of experts explaining on one hand what instruments are made available from the EU to support innovation in these fields. We presented good practices from all over Europe in relation to the development of initiative of innovative TVET curricula. And then, through these mutual learning activities, we created an international community of experts working together to improve the TVET framework. I will very, very briefly give an overview of the topics covered. As you can see, they are a lot. So we moved from capacity building in higher education. We then looked at the skills and education guarantee pilot, knowledge alliances in the maritime sector, transnational cooperation, youth policy, lifelong learning, generating new enthusiasm for VET, and VET in times of pandemic and lockdown. And then we also moved to more topic focus themes, such as the new skills for the circular economy, new skills for new mobility services, innovative skills for place-based rural development, digital transformations and skills in the agri-food sector, skills for effective innovation ecosystems, TVET and civic participation, social inclusion in TVET, and improving the attractiveness of TVET for women. We will hold the last 2 webinars of this long series during the Skillman International Forum, and we will look at edupreneurship on the 16th of November, and then we will have the second edition of the capacity building in higher education webinar on the 17th of November. So don't forget to join us. And lastly, on this mutual learning side, we have also supported the capacity of stakeholders to access EU funding instruments and opportunities to then launch relevant partnerships for projects in the field. And we did it through a series of bulletins on new funding opportunities. So after each webinar, we have gathered available funding opportunities, but also events that are relevant, that were relevant to the field of that webinar, and share it with the stakeholders and participants to the event. And then we have launched this, and we have launched and implemented this activity, which are 3 training seminars on new funding instruments under the new multi-annual financial framework. So in this context, we have invited representatives from the European Commission to explain the new funds, the novelties, and opportunities under these new programs. We had so far 2 trainings, which were one on cohesion and rural development funds, and then the second one on direct grant funding programs such as the Horizon Europe, Erasmus+, Creative Europe, Life and Digital Europe. And lastly, we will have the last piece of this series at the beginning of 2022. And in this context, we will look at the capacity building tools that the European Union may make available for stakeholders to access funding programs such as the TAIEX or the peer review services. So this is in brief what we did in this year. And then my colleague Anna will explain how we actually now what we are doing in order to bring the voice of TVET at the EU level.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see me? No. I don't know. I don't know why. I cannot do both at the same time. A moment, I'm gonna do it again. You can now see me, okay? But the moment I share,
I can present if you want, so we can show you.
that would be great, yes. Okay, sorry for that today. So greeting from Brussels, and unfortunately me and Birgit could not join you in Lisbon for this conference, but we are there with our thoughts and heart, and fortunately technology is there to support us. So yeah, thank you, Birgit, and thank you to our Skillman partners and colleagues for organizing the session and the overall conference. While Birgit is sharing the screen, I'm introducing myself. I'm Project and Policy Officer at the Assembly of European Regions. So together with Birgit, we worked on the SkillNet project for more than 1 year now. And what I'm going to talk about is the advocacy plan that is being created within the context of the SkillNet project, which Birgit explained partly also with our activity, and the aim is to place the main message and demands of the SkillNet project in the hands of policymakers and other key players, needed to promote the importance of inclusion principle and participatory multi-stakeholder approach principle in skills and education policies. So in the next 10 minutes, I will briefly explain, by no means comprehensively, of course, the framework of the advocacy action that will and can be implemented at the EU level. So it's a comprehensive overview of things that can be done also within the next months within the project. So Birgit has already shown to some extent some form of advocacy action at the EU level that Skillman partners have already undertaken in the field, for instance, of mutual learning and sharing of best practices. And now we can look at some future activities with the aim to promote the exploitation of the project result, with the aim of enhancing also the visibility of the network and the core messages. So if we go to the next slide, we can see an overall advocacy strategy, generic, but it helps us to understand like also the step we are taking within the SkillNet consortium. So, well, when it comes to advocating at EU level, in our case, so it's important to identify the issue. Of course, I believe this is clear already. It has been highlighted this morning and by my colleagues as well. It has been discussed also during Skillman peer learning clubs and thematic group discussions. So I think we can move on when setting an objectives. Now, sorry, we keep still there. Sorry, and of course, the objectives for us as a consortium is to raise the inclusion and quality level, accessibility and attractiveness of TVET. And when we want to try to identify the target, then we will look at that in a minute, but together also with action and avenues. But essentially, we are looking at policymakers, not only a European one, but also national and regional. But we will consider them all in a European framework, so to have a joint action in a common framework, indeed. So, okay, in the next slide, we can just have a brief look at, next slide, yes, the main messages and recommendation from the project and the alliance work. And yeah, the key message stemming from the work done within the Skillman project, where AR is a partner, it's essentially to leave no one behind, with a series of recommendations, of course, following the message, such as guaranteeing people the right to quality and inclusive education and training, more systematic approaches to skills foresight and updating, the development of curriculum that are based on multi-stakeholder cooperation, and also a dimension of training and which is person-centered, so fostering the inclusion, and finally the exploitation, of course, of the opportunities offered by digitalization when developing system and approaches to training and education. And the other key message, also very much linked, is to inclusive approach to excellence. So in a few words, it basically, we want to bring the message that technical and vocational training should be for all, regardless of regional location, gender, ethnicity, age, social or economic status. So this is the overall message. And if we look at the next slide, of course, AR as an organization has its own mission and values. So it's important that everybody in the consortium also can bring to the table their own specificities and advocate for also what is important to their members. And in our case, AR additional messages, well, essentially, we have two advocacy objectives. One is to represent the region's voice, and the other is to foster cooperation among regions. For the first point, we believe that local and regional authorities have a key role to play when, for instance, ensuring that we have the skills needed for the green and digital transition. But of course, to undertake this important role, region must also be given the technical and financial support to undertake the just transition effort to a climate neutral and digital economy and society. We want that nobody, of course, is left behind, but we also want that no region will be left behind. So in this specific context, understanding the regional disparities is key for us. And region are, in fact, major stakeholder when it comes to vocational education and training. And they are in contact, direct contact with educational institution, business environment, and most notably the citizens. So skills-focused ecosystem are also key to helping regions stay competitive in a fast-paced labor market, especially for regional industry or rural region, which make most of our network. When it comes to fostering cooperation among regions, finally, we as AR are also assessing the proposal of setting up possible working group and task force dealing with the skills-related topic of interest for the member region and as a future priority for AR. We want to give visibility to the good practices that we can identify within our regions, discuss the role and the collaboration between businesses, government, and education play in reskilling and upskilling. And we want to deliver an official position to engage in advisory activities and advocacy to bring the viewpoint of regional and local authorities on subjects related to education and training in organization and associations. In the next slide, we can go on with the points of before when talking about the advocacy plan. Birgit, if you can move to the next one. Yes, and of course, it's important to consider partnerships. And one of the starting point actually of the advocacy plans in the EU level consisted in building such partnerships, which in other words is the identification of policymakers, decision makers, actors, and other authorities at the European level that are keen to embrace our message. It's also very important when we build this coalition to form a broad range of, represent a broad range of the society in order to increase the attention of policymakers. And I think in this we are succeeding since we do represent a broad range of stakeholders with our diversity, but a key common message. So now I will have a short look at different institutions, also EU level, different avenues and action for advocacy, which can inspire us, but also can be basis for discussion at a later stage. Well, there are many avenues and action for advocacy, which are also, I have to say, unfortunately, a kind of underused. But okay, let's start from the Commission. We know in the next slide we can see some points I mentioned. Also here not comprehensive, but anyway, when we look at the Commission, of course, we know that the Commission is placing skills at the heart of the EU policy agenda, investing in the people and their skills for sustainable recovery and the coronavirus pandemic. So if we look at key targets of within the Commission, we know, of course, the DG EMP, DG Education and Cultures, it's a very important key target for us because they work directly with the policy that interests us. But of course, there are other less known ways to participate, both for normal citizens, but also for more experts groups. Of course, we have experts group that are time is over. I understood correctly.
Yes, there is a timer on the various screens. But please, if you can go on and then try to conclude.
Yeah, of course, of course. Yes, so a permanent or temporary Commission expert group, the consultative body set up by the Commission, it's important because they ask to provide advice and expertise. And these are calls that are often published in the transparency registers. Very important when we want to monitor the policy of the Commission. In the next slide, we can see the work program of the Commission, which had just been published 19th of October. And we can see that the European Commission adopted, want to adopt 2 recommendations. And here it basically lists the key legislative proposals that should get priority in the legislative process in the course of 2022. After that, in the next slide, we can see stakeholder consultation. This, as a stakeholder, but also as a citizen, one can express his view on laws and policy currently in development via the feedback. And there is an interesting upcoming consultation on improving adults' basic skills. And the evaluation is aimed to assess national action, the support provided by the Commission, and progress made towards this goal. So, if we look at the European Parliament, I will rush through the next institution. In the next slide, of course, we know the CULT committee. It's also very key for us. So we as AR want to set up a meeting with the chair, explaining the outcomes of the project. And after that, again, more tools that are often underused are the petition. The objective of the petition is actually to ensure that citizens or representatives of citizens or civil society have the opportunity to communicate with the parliament and express their right to petition. And the petition allows actually the Petty Committee to conduct an ongoing reality check on the way in which the European legislation is implemented and measure the extent on which the European institutions are responding to our concerns. And I must say this is always often underused, but it is actually a very high rate of response. And normally, the European Parliament always often invites their the petitioner to a public hearing of the Parliament to express, to present their concern in front of the different committees. And finally, the intergroups are an official grouping of MEPs who are interested in a particular topic, but that does not necessarily fall within a scope of the European Parliament normal work. It may be just an interest to the wider society. So it's very interesting because these intergroups hold informal discussion and they promote exchange also between MEPs and civil society. They are not official body of the parliament, but of course they can express parliament, they can engage in activities with civil society. And this application for the formation of an intergroup is always at the beginning of a parliamentary term and must be signed at least by 3 political groups. So it is also important for us to get a cross-party support for our cause, and this is a good way to do it. Okay, we can skip the images. I can send the PowerPoint later, perhaps. Well, and finally, the Council of the European Union, maybe the least transparent or least penetrable of the institution, but of course there are ways also to influence and to the Council, especially through permanent representation when looking at the European level. And then of course we know that the Council represents the national government, so of course it's always important, especially in our consortium, since we have different partners representing more national environment, to go through this the tools available at the national level and to talk to national politicians, engage in public campaigns. This is all very, very important. And finally, wanted just to say these are all valid avenues for advocacy, and it's important to choose a few targets at once, but that can be carried out jointly. And finally, some more action that we are foreseeing also by the end of the project and beyond are more of a printed visual material that can be used in order to convey the messages at the EU level. So the Skillman Alliance will, of course, continue to communicate via newsletter, mailing, fact sheets, different videos, and success stories. We will, of course, engage in more knowledge transfer activities and promote exchange of best practices with the peer learning activities, and also addressing new sustainability and digitalization challenges. And finally, it's very important to also engage with the media. and trying to have a good relation with the journalists and trying to find occasion for speaking at different high-level events. Finally, the project consortium will seek other events and opportunities also at the European level in order to promote the messages. Hopefully, we'll have a meeting with the commission to also present our work. And I just wanted to raise also the attention to 2022 European Vocational Skills Week, which has already been mentioned, that it will take place in April next year. So thank you very much. Looking forward to working with you all on this and to bring on some of this action. Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now moving to the podium. Probably you will not see me. And now we go back to Alicia, because we have seen now how is your organization very important, very powerful, very high level stakeholders, very good connections with key, relevant and stakeholders that are really that match with our advocacy campaigns, our advocacy activities, and in this regard, I think that you are a very outstanding organization. Your capacity to make influence and to have a policy impact is very impressive. Thank you very much, and your presentations were very effective to let us understand how much how your contribution is effective in this regard. So I go back to Alicia. Alicia represents another important organization because, in my opinion, they bring to us social point of view, because they are it's an organization, it's an international organization based in Spain, Madrid, and they have such a mandate in our alliance to make us to reflect on the social impact that we create. And in this regard, they have activated various initiatives, and I think that the integration in this role that they have is very can be seen when we discuss such impact in terms of curricular design or training activities that we think relevant or methodologies, because they have the capacity to look at different layers of the society. So, Alicia, would you like to introduce your organization and let us to know what you do for the Alliance? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Giovanni, for your kind words. Well, my name is Alicia García Madrid. I work for Action Against Hunger, which, as Giovanni said, is a big NGO. We can consider ourselves as a big NGO, an humanitarian one, but we are fighting against social exclusion of disadvantaged groups. As Giovanni said, we contribute with an inclusive approach to this network, in order to not leave no one behind, which is one of the main topics of this forum, this event. So we are leading the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion. I'm a member of this Skillman Alliance. And we are, I'm going to try to introduce a little bit the importance of having alliances, being part of partnerships, in a general view, because for us as a network, it was a very relevant opportunity to be part of this other network. No, we are always looking for alliances and partnerships because we think that we are better together than alone. No, and it's what I wanted to express here in my honest presentation. So I would like to start why it's important the alliances and the creation of partnerships in our work, no, in our daily work. But mainly to encourage inclusion and social inclusion in our case and in our role in this network, but also in general, how partnerships can encourage innovation. No? Well, at the very beginning of to start thinking about this, I wanted to include the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, here in the first page. Because it gives us like a very global view, no? And when we see here one of the goals dedicated only to partnership, we can consider that this is important. And I think that that could be a means to reach the another goals. Of course, it is. Well, if we read the definition of this goal, is to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. They highlight the multi-stakeholders partnership, not only public-private partnership, which is, in my opinion, is very limited, but we should find multi-stakeholder partnership. And the SDGs define these partnerships as important vehicles for mobilizing and sharing knowledge, expertise, technologies, and at the end, resources. It's a way to save resources and save means. Regarding the European Commission, I wanted to bring here two documents that for me are, well, can be a reference. Made by Lida Stott and Michael Topolovec in the first one. The first one is like a mapping of how the partnership is considered in the structural funds and also, but also in other EU programs, which can serve as a reference in order to how the partnership is important. And the second one is, well, it's a revision of the European Code of Conduct on partnership, which is very related with the structural funds, but also gives you an overview on what elements should be considered when you are working within a partnership. No? Well, at the end, to summarize, in the European Commission, the European Union, the partnership principle centers on the belief that Europe's challenges are too complex to be addressed alone, for single institutions to address on their own. No? This is why the European Commission insists on the creation of partnerships and that is why also they are asking for partnerships when they are giving financing. No? In the Erasmus Plus, I bring here this specific program. Well, it's also important, you know, Erasmus Plus is based on partnership and relationship among institutions, and well, it's just the same, no? It's just to bring together all kind of institutions to improve the education in general. When innovation happens, well, innovation is difficult to be happen. It's difficult. It's very difficult to. Well, the first thing I wanted to bring here is the innovation horizon. And when an organizations question themselves, we want to be innovative and we want to innovate, I think we should consider which horizon we want to reach. the very first horizon is like very inside the organization. It's like related to improvements inside the organization, but very close, very close. But if we are moving to horizon 2 and 3, the innovation asks you to be more open to the ecosystem. So this is a very interesting scheme. Well, there are a lot of schemes like this, and when you look for innovation horizons in Google, but this is a very simple one to understand. It's dedicated. It's also about private companies, but very useful also for the social sector and the educational sector. And the contact with the ecosystem is relevant to be innovative. No, you cannot be innovative without seeing what is happening around. No, what the others are doing in relation with the same goal. If they are having the same, if they have the same goal as you. Innovation happens also when there is a convergence among different entities, when different approaches, different experience, different ways of doing. So sometimes these differences brings you a different way to see the things, and sometimes the innovation click goes into your mind. But what I wanted to say here is that when the innovation happens is where real co-creation and collaboration happens, but not only in one of the phases of the project, but in all the phases. But starting from the identification of the needs. We are building a project, and we should start the collaboration even in the very beginning on the identification of the need. This is where the innovation will happen. And of course, in the implementation, planification, in the design, of course, there's application, implementation, evaluation, and also in the scalability of that idea or that innovation of that new thing. Well, what to look for in a partner? Sometimes you can think, well, I can look for similar people, similar organizations like mine, that is okay. Or I can look for another people, another organization that have the same goal, but they are dealing with this reaching that goal in a different way or with different roles. So when we have partners with similar to you, it's not a bad thing. It's not a question of competitiveness, which is the best. Sorry, what is the best way to do? But it brings us the opportunity to compare ourselves, to make a self-evaluation, and also to expand the implementation scope, to expand the geographical scope of our intervention. So it brings also a lot of opportunities. And also we can compare, we can build a big thing and build from this existing solution. No? But if we are looking for another partners that are giving us complementarities, we have to keep in mind to keep a great representativeness of all the profiles: academia, research institutions, operational organization, grassroots. I mean, so all kind of profiles that we need to afford one need, no? One social need. The creativity here is more feasible, and the integration of several roles and several roles brings efficiency, the better use of financing and better use of meaning. And also, of course, we are the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion is member of the Skillman network. So we are like open a lot of opportunities there to collaborate and to know each other, to know another way of doing networks. So there is a lot of opportunities. What's the ideal of a partnership? To have similarities or complementarities, both of them, I think, both of them. Well, about the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion, I wanted to introduce a little bit this because we wanted to make a network, very practical network. And well, we are reaching more than 360 members nowadays. And it's a network to promote the social labor inclusion of disadvantaged groups through innovation. We want to offer all the members a space to exchange good practices and make the innovation arise. And very briefly, well, we are like making this ecosystem more innovative with the goal of social innovation through collaboration and the exchange of good practices, as Birgit said, the mutual learning, okay, as well is present here. We'll start with a call for good practices. It's a way to put in contact of the members and to identify which are the members who want to say, hello, we have an innovation and we want to share it with you. We select one winner and two finalists in two categories. So we organize study visits and working groups towards these winner entities. And we hope to end up with new projects, new innovations, and new ideas to be presented in European programs, which are the instruments we consider that it can be a space for experimentation. We are organizing this forum. We invite you to join it on the 2nd of December. I will share through the Skillman more information about this event. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. If you have doubts, if you want to contact me, this is my email. If you want to know more about the network, our network, just write us. You are free to join us. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I think your presentation was very comprehensive, but I know that you do also many other things. And our benefit is to be beside you, to take your enthusiasm and to take also your capacity to have this impact on the people that have more need, and this attention is very like an engine for us. It's like it's a way to fuel our efforts too. So thank you very much, because you transmit us this enthusiasm to have people and to make something that has an immediate and concrete effect on their lives. So thank you very much to bring these ideas and these capacities to the alliance that we have together. So I'm going now to move to another very important network. This is called EA3. I think we have that asked us to move on the slides so we can start to share the screen. And if you can open your camera and your microphone, I see you now. Okay. I think I'm spotlighted because I'm speaking from the podium, and we need also to spotlight me. Oh, okay, I see the slides that are arriving. So we have an important collaboration with the EA because they have not only the relevance in what they do, but because of the members they represent, the kind of members, because it's a very interesting organization of practitioners and research. In this practical approach to research they have and education, of course, but I think we have explained better. I think that the Skillman Alliance can find many opportunities. In fact, for example, we are organizing to contribute to your conference in few days, and we are very much committed to bring to your members our contribution and to give back to you the force and the contribution that you are bringing to the Alliance. So it's a reciprocal collaboration, and I think it's also working well. But please, Nick, by your words, introduce yourself and let us to understand in which way we are useful to each other.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Warmest greetings from the UK to everybody at the Skillman Alliance across the world today. I'm sure we can all agree that the last 2 years have been really challenging for everybody. So it is really, really nice that we are able to join together at such brilliant conferences as this one. It is only my great regret that I can't be with you in person this afternoon. I wanted to share with you some of the benefits of the Skillman Alliance and the core values of EPRL. My name is Nick G. I am Associate Professor by background at Birmingham City University in the UK. I am Associate Professor of Accessibility and Inclusivity. I am also Chair-elect of EPRL. For those that don't know, EPRL is the European Association for Practitioner Research on Improving Learning. And looking at the benefits of our alliance, our partnership, we have many shared values, some in blue, some in green, some in black. The blue ones coming out of the alliance, the ethical impact. It's really, really important that whatever we do across the globe has ethical impact, and now more than ever, that is so, so important. Every organization, every country can be looking at its own impact, but I think by doing things together, as the previous speakers have really well said, our impact can be greater, the ethics can be brought to the front, and it can be a lot more tangible for everybody and all stakeholders. It's really important of giving sense to learning as well. We know that learning comes in many different shapes and sizes. At EPRL, we are all about practitioner research, practitioner learners, early researchers, and we offer a warm and welcoming approach along with the Skillman Alliance. Of course, we are encouraging our networks and our partnerships to improve quality and efficiency. And one thing that is so nice about the Alliance is the networking opportunities, whether we're doing this through the computer, whether we're doing this in person, whether we're doing it throughout the year. And one of the things we really value at EPRL is that we do not have to wait for your conference or our conference or any events in between. The network is there and it lasts between us. And we always have people to go to where we can check and say, I'm thinking of doing this. Do you have any ideas? Have you done it before? Would you have suggestions? Would you like to come on board? And we do this together. We also are looking at improving learning and professional development through all professions, because learning is a part of every single profession, not just vocational teaching, but it's how we actually strengthen those links between all professions in a multi-agency way. We are all about looking at building bridges between practice, research, and policy, and that is from your very early career researchers right the way through to your PhD holders, your PhD supervisors, and everybody else in between. And the message of today, hasn't it been, leaving no one behind? And that is so important because, again, in the current climate, it is so easy to get left behind, or it is so easy to become hidden in plain sight. We are here, but we can get hidden. Quite often people will say, we are in the same boat. That is the UK expression. But we would say, we're not in the same boat. We're in the same storm or sailing in the same sea, but we're in different boats. And it's important that we can all jump across each of our boats, see how we're doing, help each other to steer, make sure we're going in the right direction and leaving nobody behind. We offer opportunities for collaboration, innovation, and policy development in an emotionally intelligent and inclusive way. As the previous speaker spoke so much about inclusivity, that is really what we are about in ePRL. Everybody to come with your ideas, to come with your finished research, and everything in between. And the picture at the bottom, the heart and the brain, that depicts what we try to do. We try to connect what we feel with what we think and come up with something really important that bridges across all of the emotions. If I could have the next slide, please. I only have 3, please don't worry. There we go. So what I would like to talk to you about today, as has already been mentioned, is our conference, because one of the things that we like to do is give opportunity to everybody from the Skillman Alliance to share with us, to disseminate work, and to feel that you have a really valuable place in our partnership, to showcase what you do. And with that in mind, I hope that the Skillman Network do not mind me pointing to our conference, which is coming up very soon, all about learning in the age of Industry 4 and digitalization in education, because we know that over this last 18 months, digitalization has become such a huge part of everything that we do. So we would encourage anybody to consider joining us for all or for part of our conference, which is happening online. It's the first time we have run a fully online conference. We're usually really keen to be all face-to-face in person. It is a big conference as well, usually 500 plus delegates. So there is lots of people to network with. So if anybody would like to find out any more information, please do visit our website shown on the screen here and shared in the conference app. And if I could have my final screen, please. Brilliant. It's not just about coming in here to talk to you today about our conference. That would be easy for me to do. But we're thinking about something to last, something into the future for 2022 and beyond. So if you'd like to know more about how you could share your research and your experiences at our conferences or any of our events or with any of our specialists that are part of ePRL, our partnership is your partnership, and we want to join together with an open door. I wonder if you knew that ePRL has 14 clouds. We don't call them special interest groups in ePRL, we call them clouds, because clouds change shape, change size, go in different directions, and that's what we're all about from an inclusive point of view. We have 14 clouds, and they each have a specialist area of practice-based research. They're free to join, and there's lots and lots of networking and interaction with practitioners, researchers, policymakers all over the globe. The clouds run lots of events throughout the year, really inclusively. Most of these are free to attend. And I wonder if you might like to take a look at our website, maybe to continue to consider joining these clouds. Just to give you an idea of what they are, number 1 is teacher education. Number 2, educators' professional development. Cloud 3, strategies to improve learning and teaching environments. Cloud 4, innovation in education, improving learning and well-being. Number 5, HRD and workplace learning. Cloud 6, learning in the digital era, technology enhanced learning, really doing lots at the moment. Cloud 7, research impact on school development. Cloud 8, another very important one now, diversity and equality in different contexts. Cloud 9, sounds and arts in transversal learning. Cloud 10, assessment and evaluation. Cloud 11, practice-based research methodologies. Cloud 12, leadership in education. Cloud 13, starting researchers, early career researchers. And Cloud 14 is the incubator cloud for organizational learning ideas. Cloud 14 is a really innovative, exciting cloud where people can come with just any ideas. So you know those days when you're lying in bed at night and your body has stopped, but your brain is carrying on thinking, and you think, I have an idea, I don't know where to take it, don't know who to talk about with it. Maybe Cloud 14 is a good place to start. They're really good at helping people with their ideas. So that's just a quick summary of some of the things that EPRL can offer to you as part of the Skillman Alliance. We really value it. We love meeting with all of the delegates. And it's just something to have in mind, that if you've not tried it before, maybe think about it, maybe think about joining us for our in-person, fingers crossed, in-person in 2022 conference. I know I'm coming up to the end of my time now, but hopefully I won't keep you beyond my time. But thank you very much for having me here today to talk about it. I will be at the EAPRL booth of the Skillman Alliance on the 17th, so on Wednesday this week. So please pop by if you'd like to talk any more about what we can offer you at EAPRL, or just to find out a little bit more about what we can do as part of the Alliance. But most importantly, my message to you from all the way over in the UK is stay safe, stay well, please carry on doing everything that you are doing. We really value this partnership. We know there are so many more bridges to cross and so many more things that we can do together. But first, we have to stay safe, we have to be careful, and we have to work together. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish everybody a very successful and pleasant conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now it's more clear how your role is valuable for us, and we know how much it is important your role in the society. You have the capacity to detect needs of teachers, and this approach you have to identify the reasons to stay together is very good for us too, because we think that the networking and collaborating is the base of the future, not only the future of technology, the future of education. In this regard, all our efforts go in the same direction. How and with which tools we contribute to this alliance? I'm going now to give the floor. So thank you very much, Nick. I'm going now to give the floor to my colleague Valentina Tevico, and she will conclude this session, giving us the feedback from our side, because the main important relevant activities that we organize are done together, and so just resume to understand how we are engaged in this common activities. So, Valentina, the floor is yours. I think the director can spotlight on the camera, and I will already see the screen is shared. Thank you.
Okay, I'm taking the floor. Thank you very much, Giovanni. I don't know if you were, no, I'm not sharing my screen. I would like to share it from here. Great. That's great. So I'm presenting now. Can you see my screen, Giovanni? Which one? Okay.
Okay, now better. Okay, I have also prepared some slides, just simple ones, and very quickly to talk about this endless work that we have been doing with the Skillman project with these wonderful organizations. It was a teamwork that we did with the other partners that are
took the floor earlier. And each of them, of course, contributed to this international competition that is at the basis of our teamwork. Again, this forum, this Skillman International Forum about these important topics, actually, it's not something that we work only during these 4 days. We have been doing this for a very long time, and also before the Skillman project took place in 2019. So this is part of a long journey, and so these topics will be addressed also after this conference, and will be addressed even after these 4 days. As usual, one of the things that I'd like to share is the milestones that we have been reaching since the project started. And these are not just numbers, these are reasons of pride from our side, of course. As you know, this network was not that large in the first place, but now we have more than 600 members. So these are 600 people from 93 countries of the world, 300 plus regions. So we have achieved an amazing goal here. We have made a network, an international group of people that have different backgrounds, have different needs, but that come together to think as one, basically. And so this is the basis that we started from when we decided to work together towards a common direction. Of course, some of these people became our ambassadors, and this is, of course, very big milestone for us, because we have 50 plus ambassadors that not only passively receive the message and bring it on, but also act on it. And when I talk about these profiles, I'm talking about individuals, I'm talking about organizations, I'm talking about TVET providers, I'm talking about companies as well, so, and political bodies. So we try to reach and put together different people and different organizations from all over the world that come as one, and they try to reach the same goal. Within this period, we're also very proud to have established those peer learning clubs, because we mentioned it already. I don't remember now who did, but we mentioned how important it is to learn from each other instead of teaching one another. So, these peer learning clubs actually have this objective to learn from one another, and so to learn from different experiences and to value the benchmark from certain countries or from certain contexts, and take example from these benchmark and kind of take inspiration from these and act just as the same. And so these peer learning clubs now have reached more than 200 members, which means that there are 200 plus people who regularly meet, now online and sometimes also on site. They meet to find common goals and to find a common direction to improve the TVET system and to improve the future of learning, which is the main topic that this conference addresses. We are very dynamically worked on different activities that we have implemented throughout this year. We have made 43 webinars in just 1 year with different topics, with different themes, and with the work, the teamwork of our partners. We have worked together to kind of provide these webinars that address different topics all around TVET. So we make them available to our audience from all over the world, that they can just watch them all over again. When we hosted these spaces and invited top speakers from all over the world to talk about, to debate about a very crucial topics around teaching and learning. We have endorsed the European Pact for Skills, which is a very important milestone as well, from our perspective. The peer learning clubs have published 4 position papers, and we want them to be the basis for discussion. Discussions are never over. We started to brainstorm on what can be done better, and what can be taken as an example, as a best practice from different backgrounds all over the world, and take it as an inspiration, and so to replicate it. And so from these debates that we have been conducting online, we have drafted, then confirmed and finalized these 4 position papers. Again, these are just some numbers, but for us are very important milestones, and we hope we can go on and move on in the same direction with the help and support from our partners. And we hope that we can enlarge the network even more in the next years. Now, the invitation is always open, and our members know it. These pre-learning clubs are very big achievement for us. So we never stop inviting more people to join these discussions as well. And so if you want to join, you're more than welcome to join our pre-learning clubs. Julian mentioned it earlier. These that you see on the screen are the main topics that we have introduced, and so we think these are 4 big thematics that we can debate about. We have learned very much. We have come up with new ideas. We have this participatory approach that we have been implementing in taking decisions and exposing political bodies to what we have come up with. So we hope that we can make these groups even bigger in the future. And so with this, basically, I just forward an invitation for those who haven't yet to become part of our membership, of our members, and so to make the network even bigger and better in the future. I will be following the conference from Lisbon in the next days, and I hope to join the discussions in the next days over the future of learning, which is a very crucial topic at this point, and I hope to learn even more from our friends and colleagues in the next days. So this was just a sneak peek of our activities that we have been implementing in the past and that we will be implementing in the future. So from my side, there will be all, and back to you, Giovanni. Thank you.
That's the turn of the Can you spotlight my camera, please? That's the turn, the round, is the first round, the most engaged organization, but we wish to have more organization engaged in the Alliance, and this consortium is growing, and so we have some representative here that will bring us in the future of the Alliance. So thank you very much, Valentina, for your valuable contribution to let us to understand how we act in regard to this collaboration with such important organizations. And now I see someone in the airport, very interesting, but I don't know. And now we have floor to the Lincoln International Business School with Greg Mesh that will make this pledge for the Alliance and for this collaboration of the next months and years to reach. So, Craig, please, you can activate even your camera if you like. I see you now. That's good. You see. And then you can activate your microphone, and the floor is yours to understand how you will be engaged, or at least what is your intention entering in this alliance that we have seen is very rich of different contributions. And so we are really excited to understand your view in the future of this collaboration. Great, please.
Thank you, Chair, and it's a real pleasure to be joining the Skillman Alliance, and a very warm welcome to all colleagues in the Skillman Alliance from Lincoln in the UK. We as a university and as a region are very much dedicated to the development of skills in the manufacturing sector. I particularly noted Andrea Sleiker's introduction, developing the ideas of robotics and digital skills, which are two areas of increasing importance in our region. So as part of my commitment to the Alliance, Chair, what I thought I would do is just spend 2 or 3 minutes giving everybody a very brief oversight, both into our region, our university, and also the commitment that this university makes to the development of skills in the region, with a hope that we can actually look at for example, the development of a cove here in Lincolnshire, which I think the region would very much benefit from, just as one instance or one example. The university is not that well known as in our region, so I've included some nice pictures of what is a beautiful city and a beautiful region as well. So let me take you through it briefly. So Lincolnshire is the second biggest county in England, of a population of 750,000 and a 20 billion economy. It is very much dominated by agri-food. It is one of the breadbaskets of England. But also we have one of the biggest ports in England as well, in Hull. We also have a significant presence from defence. 50% of the Royal Air Force is based in Lincolnshire, and also the visitor economy as being a region of great historical significance, as I hope you can see from some of our pictures. It is also going to benefit because of a historical skills shortage from a degree of inward investment from the government as part of its levelling up agenda over the next few years. So I think this is an opportunity to work with us and the government to look at how we can develop those crucial skills in this region. The university, and we've been hearing a little bit about this kind of role of education. We are a civic university. We were founded to encourage economic growth in the region. We are growing rapidly. Our reputation is growing, and we are out of 140 institutions in the UK. We have been ranked 17th in a recent ranking, and we were given the title of Modern University of the Year in 2021. It's been estimated externally that we contribute around 430 million economic pounds to our region, and our core research strands are indeed in agriculture, robotics, biofuels, and sustainable supply chains. So, for example, Siemens, which has a very strong presence here in Lincoln, we are one of the 4 global principal educational partners of that company. So what you can gather is that we have this very close symbiotic relationship both with our region and also with businesses. So I think we're a good example of the kinds of themes that are developing at the Skillman conference. As an example of that, we have a National Centre for Food Manufacturing, which offers technical and business support to the global food industry through degree apprenticeships, short courses, and micro-credentials. At the business school, we have a research hub in sustainable logistics and supply chains. And just as a couple of examples of the kind of work that we do with manufacturing industry, we developed a project which was looking at resilience of food supply chains in this part of the world. We've secured 19 million funding for digital skills as one of our own town's investment plans. We're developing a hub which looks at the digital landscape of Greater Lincolnshire. And we are also delivering leadership skills through apprenticeships, short courses, micro-credentials to our region. So these are some of the things that we believe present an opportunity, with us being part of that alliance, to be able to work on these core themes of short course, micro-credentials, building digital skills, and building skills in those crucial areas of robotics, for example, in manufacturing. So that was my very short introduction. Delighted to be making our commitments to the Alliance. Those are my contact details. And let me finish by issuing everybody a very warm welcome, should they have the ability to come and visit us at what is a beautiful city there. And that's a final picture of our historic medieval cathedral. Chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much. Of course, I'm sorry, please apologize because we have compressed your speech in such a short time. We understand how it is difficult, but anyway, what I have as a feeling that this collaboration provides very much good things, and I think, Greg, that you represent a very relevant organization. You know how your organization is ranked, and in our regard, you represent really a good occasion to reinforce the partnerships in UK, where we already have several partners. As you know, Skillman was funded with the direct involvement of Jaguar Land Rover, and so we have there many also several small medium enterprises that join the network. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Moving now to India. I don't know if Carol is connected. Carol, if you are on, please just switch on your camera and microphone. I don't see Carol. Okay, so I put Carol in standby, and in case he will join us, probably some connection because he was on before. So, Urs, is your turn now as a President, visiting professor of management and education for the future, to make your pledge for EDU BIS, Pledges Future of Alliance. Please, Urs, floor is yours.
I think there is still Craig sharing. I try to share now. Marcus, can you start and speak some words? Because Marcus Feichter from the Green Campus is at the airport.
I have to close.
And has to board. And I think he can say some words, and then he has to jump onto the flight, and I will add.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Oh, great. Well, this wife here behind me, she said I have to close my laptop, otherwise, yeah, okay. So they are taking off. Yeah, okay, sounds wonderful. I have to turn. Okay. So thank you, Urs, because maybe you could take my part. We checked from 17 was the idea to present our school, our Green Campus in Bolzano, northern Italy. I'm here on the airport with 10 of my students, and we are directed to Lisbona. Our flight takes off in 15 minutes, so therefore we have to leave. And so I'm quite sure that we will meet there directly in Lisbona. And I'm very happy to have all these wonderful kids with me. Kids, they are not anymore kids, but my kids as a president from the school, I feel them like kids. And now I have to leave. And Urs, I would like to have you to represent a little bit our campus, because since we exist, you are a big sustainer of our idea and our projects. And you know me, I'm a little bit crazy, just a little bit, but enough to bring on a serious pathway our Green Campus, connected with Urs and his experience, and with Dr. Julian and Dr. Brennan from the Barnborough College. And hope to see you soon in a few hours or tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, and sorry for that. Thank you.
Live from the airport. I see you tomorrow in Lisbon.
Yes, we are in Bergamo. We take off now. Ciao, bye. Thank you.
Have a nice trip. Good.
Thank you.
Yes, I just add to that what you said. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. So I just add to the warp to the Green Campus. I think since more than 10 years, the WOP, the Waldorf Oberstufe Bozen, how the original name was, has created an alternative school in Bolzano, Italy. And I was from beginning on a supporter in the field of expertise. I have educated the pupils in the field of working with portfolio. And since more than 10 years, they have worked with portfolio and were gone to international universities and studies. And the school, because the school is coming from the Waldorf education field originally, but has added as well other fields of education to it, like Montessori possibilities, like Pestalozzi possibilities. So they are really working with the heart, with the head, and with the mind, and they are trying to make an individual education for life. And see, over years they were an alternative school, but now they are the pilot green campus for the future. And I think I don't know so many green campuses who already have more than 10 years experience. And they had a very difficult time during the pandemic, ended the old school, started a new campus, a new school, but they are closely working in the field of research together with this high-class University Bolzano, the new University Bolzano, very high-class university, very modern, top modern. And the idea is now, therefore they are coming to Lisbon, they want to build up in Skillman a partnership for the field of Bolzano, for the field of Trentino, to build up a cove there as well, in partnership with the university, in partnership with the authorities. They have very strong multinational companies in these fields. And I think we are really happy to have them on board for the future. And they will see, therefore they are coming with a whole group of youth tomorrow and the next days more from them.
Great. Urs, every time you surprise me with different roles and different activities, and always at the top level involving the best players. In this case, you are bringing in the network very important partners, and we are thankful to you for all your efforts as a member, and also professionally, because you bring us very good knowledge, know-how, expertise. You have a very outstanding, impressive capacity to make it working and to bring us new ideas and proposals. Thank you very much.
Sometimes I need to be the person who makes the flexibility. Today, I'm presenting not my company, but I'm sitting since, I think, 5 years in the advisory board of a prestigious, very unique organization from Romania, Oradea, Bihor, near the Hungarian border. EduBeats is the name. And there I found some years ago on my travels through Romania and business days on stages of entrepreneurs, I found this young lady, really a high gifted person, a CEO with a mission of supporting youth for the future. And she is such an important source of spirituality and ideas and is empowering youth. You can't imagine. Therefore, I think it is a gift that she is coming as well.
In the next 2 days.
Yeah. Therefore, she's coming. One group of her EduBeats is flying from Romania in tonight, and she is at the moment in an Erasmus Plus project in Berlin and is flying with another group of her from Berlin as well this night to Lisbon. So they will have a high-class roundtable with stakeholders. That is exactly what they are doing in Bihor. I don't show now the PowerPoint. You can see that in the program. because we don't have time now. But
we have no time now. We have several pages that are going.
Give me one sentence at the end. Giovanni, one sentence at the end. The idea is that they want to build up a cove in Bihor as well. And they have all the stakeholders on board, and they will present their possibilities within the next days in Lisbon. Many thanks. It's a gem. It's a gem. We only have.
I suppose we have the Fit for 4 project representative. It was expected to have Kieran. Okay, good.
Yes,
so,
hello.
This is another important initiative that we are, I don't know, we are taking in consideration from a few years because of what they have elaborated and what they can bring to us. In this regard, they will also have relevant presence during the World Forum. The Lisbon site will host a workshop organized by the Fit for 4 team, and then they will also have a special afternoon in the last day of the forum, completely dedicated to them. So, thank you very much for being here. Give us the pledge, how you think to be engaged in this collaboration.
Thank you for the invitation. Well, we've actually been working side by side with Skillman for quite a few years now. Our project called Fit for FOF is a coordinated action, and the goal of the project was to develop co-design solutions that put the learner at the center of this process. So essentially what we were doing is building a pan-European initiative. And you can see there in the slide the different partners that we have, a mix of education and industry partners, multinationals and clusters coming together to develop this new educational approach. Just jump on. Where we fit with Skillman is actually working in parallel and learning together about the best ways to put the learner and empower the learner at the center of these processes. Our overall approach was to develop and understand new profiles, new job profiles, and build a picture of the future jobs that were relevant to the learners and to the pilot partners, and make that accessible to all of the stakeholders. Identify those needs and then build courses by developing joint activities that involve the learner in how these learning activities were created and delivered. And we've done this across several pilots with multinationals like Arctic and Boston Scientific, and with cluster organizations like SEAGA and MESAP. And the overlap between these activities and Skillman has been strong because we've been presenting this material through Skillman webinars and activities throughout the course of our work. So really what we want to do now is bring that back to Skillman as part of the continuation of our activities into the future. Share the various different outcomes, what we've learned, and build a common strategy with the participants of the Skillman initiative, looking at new ways of expanding this and looking at developing initiatives like Coves that fit in with the growing Skillman community. And as part of that, we have integrated our final event activities with the Skillman conference, as you mentioned. So tomorrow I'll be giving a more detailed presentation in session 13 of the Fit for FOF project and what it's about. And then in session 33 on Thursday, we will have our final event where we go into more detail on the development of the foresight and job profile activities, the co-design activities, the pilots, and how we're packaging all of that together to deliver outcomes that can be shared. And the important part of that is to keep the learner at the center of this. So make sure that the learner can understand all of this process and share and develop what happens next. So that in essence is what we've been doing, and that's what we bring to the Skillman network. So that's it.
Great, thank you very much. So we can move. I don't know if Carol is connected. In case Carol, please take the stage, opening your microphone. So we will see more about the Fit for Food project in the next days. And not only the leader is involved in this, but we have a large number of team members of this important research project that will join the conference in the forum in Lisbon. So now we have a network, another network. This is not an individual organization, it's a very large network. And we have a very important speaker to introduce the network, Dr. TVET. We know her relevance in the field of accreditation for the quality and the quantity of researches and publishing, and the team that she leads. So, Claude, I don't see you yet. Can you activate your camera? I'm going back, probably is me. Okay, I see you. Look, thank you very much for being here with us. We know that this pledge is arriving after that we have already started to collaborate. But of course, we have the future in front of us, and we are very much interested to understand your view about this future and what you can bring to us. Please.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, and thank you to all your teams over there for lending such tremendous support to host this event. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you all tuning in today. My name is Cloud from the UK ENIC and NARIC office, supplied by Actors. Joining Skillman and its members across the globe, we're delighted to have become part of Skillman Alliance as of this year. As many of you know, UK ENIC, the former UK NARIC, forms part of the ENIC NARIC networks of 56 countries that are party to the Lisbon Recognition Convention. Very specifically, as the UK's national agency, we too serve our own member organizations from 43 countries across 5 continents. The global engagement really is a reflection of the increasingly worldwide scope of our activities at UK ENIC and our broader projects at Actors as the corporate vehicle. In May 2020, we launched successfully the UK NARIC Resources Programme, supporting our members to continue with their training and development needs, despite all the problems we face in the global pandemic. Members across the globe have used this resource extensively in 2021 from 41 countries. Relevant to today's discussions, I'd particularly like to share with you 2 important new global quality programs we developed this year in collaboration with recognized international experts and organizations. We will be sharing with you more details of these programs in the coming 2 days in our presentations. One is our TNE Quality Benchmark Scheme, which provides an independent, reliable foundation upon which international trust can be built and from which recognition is possible. The TNE Quality Benchmark supports the global portability of transnational qualifications of quality and standards and the growth of quality TNE. With TNE provision likely to expand in the post-COVID times, this new initiative is especially relevant to world education and the next new frontier. The second important new program is the TVET quality system. At the moment, we can all see in the news the skills shortage that we face internationally. Technical and vocational education that is up to date, relevant, and of high quality is more crucial than ever. Working with colleges and training providers has become an increased focus for us recently, and our TVET quality system provides a blueprint for quality assurance in skills training. This is key to supporting internationalization in the TVET sector and underpinning the global partnerships and joint provision that many TVET providers in many countries are now seeking so that they can deliver world-class skills. In recent weeks, we have also begun work with a number of stakeholders on a number of important global initiatives, especially in the Gulf and ASEAN, the Southeast Asia region. Our particular focus seeks to improve recognition of qualifications and skills and to develop good practice in qualification design for the future. The aims are strategic and with long-lasting impact. This work will continue well into 2022 and beyond. We will, of course, keep you all updated. We expect there will be available opportunities for our members as well as Skillman Alliance members to have input and to contribute their thoughts. There are many positive global initiatives at the moment, certainly in our sphere of qualifications and skills, but the world is going through turbulent and very uncertain times. Against this backdrop, we need to do more on global partnerships to build deeper and sustainable collaborations. By forging closer links with Skillmen and the members of this important network, we will hopefully be doing just that. Now I'd like to finish by thanking Giovanni and his team again, and thank you all for listening, and I wish you all an interesting, enjoyable, and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you to you and your team to be engaged and to your colleagues to bring us such important know-how, expertise, and results of your efforts at our disposal. Thank you very much. You know how much I appreciate your personal engagement in this collaboration. So now we are moving and we have also to rescue some minutes because we are a little bit delayed. We are going to the better round table. I know that Urs is involved because Julian for airport. So Urs, if you want, you can open your microphone and help in introducing this important session. This is a roundtable organized by Teta and brings very relevant speakers, as you can see in the program. First speaker, Julian, you are still here. So
I'm here for a few minutes.
The floor is yours, and then you can leave, please.
Thank you very much. Is Professor Vitali here?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. So we are going to do a short roundtable here to talk about the
differences in terms of education around the world. Our key themes for this particular roundtable are navigating diversity, as well as effective teaching and learning. And so I'd like to present our very first speaker, Dr. Vitaly Kopnov from the Russian State Pedagogical and Vocational University, who will be talking about transdisciplinarity. Dr. Vitaly, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Dear Dr. How much time do I have to present?
I believe you have 15 minutes.
15 minutes, oh, it's a lot of time for me now. So I'm happy to see all of you, my dear friends. It's not my first Skillman forum. I entered this community last year, and I was also an attendee of the previous Skillman forum. So it is, I'm very proud to be with you. And what I'd like to tell you just now, let me start demonstration of my screen. My report will be about emergence of transdisciplinarity from work-based learning perspective. This is a very interesting case because a lot of my friends, teachers, trainers, and other people from education often ask me, because I'm busy with transdisciplinarity and work-based learning education, and they usually ask me, where do I found this transdisciplinarity? And I'd like to get acquainted you with this idea. So I will, because we have not so much time, I will be very short. First of all, I'd like to underline you that providing interdisciplinary programs, it is the basic statement of Paris Communiqué of 2018. And we must combine academic and work-based learning. But what is this combination? When we look at a student, what we see, there is a dilemma for a student. Some of them enter the university and others prefer to start working first. And this is a big dilemma, because those who become students, over time, they found themselves that they need money. They try to seek job, and this is not for learning, not for their education, because they often this job is outside their area of application, their area of training, the university. And another part of young men and women go to work first, and over time they found that they need some learning. They need to grow. They need to grow personally, and they need to grow their competencies and so on. So now they try to find learning as addition, and this is very interesting. And I'd like you to think about not a work-based learning as a part of a study program, but it is like a work-based learning program. So we need to organize such education that learning and work should be equal parts. This is the main idea. And I know that there are very good examples of in the United Kingdom. I have my friend from the University of Chester, John Talbot, and these ideas we discussed earlier, 4 years ago. So I try to implement these ideas in my Russia, in my country, at my university. So because I have not so much time, I will go just to the transdisciplinarity. Thanks to work-based learning approach, a number of new principles and learning practices have appeared, which can be considered as a special type of vocational education, transdisciplinary learning. This type of learning differs significantly from traditional models. of learning, which are based on disciplinary approach, and they strongly require new research and theorization. The main interest is the study of the combination of academic and vocational disciplines in curricula, which are coupled with the real activities of our students aimed at improving processes, production process at workplaces, to develop work-based learning and for Russian it is very crucial, and get rid of the humiliating claims of employers, something like this: you teach the wrong thing in the wrong way. And we need to reform the learning environment combined with the workplace and develop new practices of learning at this workplace, as well as retraining of the teaching staff and even renewal. So this is a very interesting and crucial points for our education, and the essence of transition to transdisciplinary learning and its differences from its predecessors, multi and interdisciplinary learning, are shown just in this figure. Knowledge in transdisciplinary learning can be built within each discipline by combining methods of different disciplines, multi and interdisciplinary approach, as well as with the involvement of non-academic environment. It so happened that a person in production, no matter how well she is trained in various disciplines, is faced in her work with tasks that haven't been yet formalized by science and research. So often happens. There cannot be any other disciplines, but only outline and consideration. Nevertheless, the production problem requires its solution, and our employee is forced to turn all possible sources of knowledge and skills. It's just the context where the source of transdisciplinarity rises. The transdisciplinary learning framework involves the use of not only interdisciplinary connections, but also going beyond the boundaries of disciplines to knowledge and solutions that do not yet have their theoretical description. It's usual case. They need to go beyond to the boundaries of disciplines is due to the format of problem-oriented learning, aimed at developing skills for solving non-standard problems that do not have solution algorithm. And in the process of transdisciplinary learning, usually including compulsory transdisciplinary research, because we have no such knowledge yet, theorization of both existing knowledge and newly acquired knowledge is carried out. In general, the transdisciplinary approach allows us to consider the disciplinary one as acceptable, but not the only one in teaching, since going beyond the disciplines and establishing a dialogue between them is often the only possible way to resolve complex and even societal problem. Sorry, where is my next slide? And this is my next slide. What you see now on the screen, we can understand the emergence of this transdisciplinarity on one example that I met with my student. It was my part-time student following a training program in quality management, whilst at the same time working in a household chemical company as a specialist in the quality control department of a medium-sized company. The task was set to develop a quality management system for the company in the accordance with the ISO 9001 requirements, and lately approved by company's management. So this is also very crucial to be approved by company's management. Although my student had extensive disciplinary knowledge, considerably in his background, you see on the table that my student had passed already total quality management, quality assessment, human resource management, pedagogy, project management. But when he started to work at the company, and what he met, employees of the company who were the students' colleagues expressed to him their lack of understanding of the need to implement a quality management system, and in general distrusted the students' ability to do the job correctly. Their view was like something like, we already have everything, we don't need the new good, leave us the old bad, and very simple, all this is fiction, and so on. By the time student entered his coursework where I was a tutor, there was requirement to complete this at the workplace. And to solve this problem, an innovation solution was required, because knowledge outside the disciplines and the university was required. My student, with my support, decided to develop a one-day training so that the student himself could communicate to the company's employees all the advantages of the quality management system that would result from their implementation. It was critical that it should not be a university teacher who explains and tells, but the employee of the company who can explain and advocate the necessary knowledge to the team in the language they understand. A neutral description of the successes of other companies that have implemented already a quality system, the consistency and the strength of the quality management constants would have been less persuasive, because it would have lacked the direct connection to the employees of the company, their culture and personal. And sorry, next slide, sorry. And what we did, we developed a very good idea. We went beyond our disciplines. We start asking our employees what is the best thing they possess, and it was a car, their own car. And from transdisciplinarity, it is our crossing boundary of disciplines, and we went to the hidden third. Transdisciplinary learning may require not only this crossing of boundaries, but also going outside these boundaries to discover this hidden third, as was proposed by Basarab Nicolescu. In our particular case, the employees of the company needed a new way to imagine how a production system can consist of interrelated components, and consequently, how any management system also consists of interrelated subsystems. The most potent, beloved, and easily imagined system for them turned out to be their own cars. During the training provided for the company, personal experience of driving a car was used to show how non-disciplinary knowledge, a hidden third, makes sense to everyone, and to explore how it might open thinking to systematic approaches in this innovation. The table on the screen was built together by the participants, providing them with a credible model for any management system. As a set of four, you see on the screen, interrelated systems, a system of goals and policies, system of documents, team. So these are all part of the quality management system, but all these parts are the same for driving a car. And this helped us to create this quality management system, to implement it. And after this fascinating journey in an imaginary car, the employees returned to the discussion this issue of quality management implementation, and became obvious to them that the results of the project of this quality management system implementation will be the same organization as at the start. But now employees will have new competences and have new beautiful car, making this work, making their work with a better experience, achieving goals and increasing efficiency. So this is the case where we built transdisciplinarity, where we went beyond our disciplines and found something from non-academic environment, took this from this external environment, put into the study process, and built a system. So this is the case of emergence of transdisciplinarity in work-based learning problem. So that's what I'd like to introduce this idea. So please ask the question.
I think all of them were very fascinated, and your presentation was high class, Vitaly. I have to say that Vitaly is representing a group of very active universities in Russia and around, and he is working much in research together with various European partner universities, and I have the pleasure to be with him in a TVET project who is binding 10 universities together and is making really a very successful development for the future. So Vitaly, many thanks to your presentation, to that what you are doing actively, especially in the field of TVET. I like that, what you are doing as the Russian universities, and you are very strong and very powered and empowered to go ahead. But I think because of the situation of time, it is important that I should bring in as well now Sasha Kregar from the National Educational Institute of Slovenia. Welcome, Sasha.
Welcome, Urs.
I'm happy to be in Ljubljana in December with you and your colleagues, and I'm really astonished about the experiences you have and you are doing in our adaptive expertise project, and you are speaking and presenting about that, and I would give you the floor now. Sorry, I have overtaken now. You didn't have seen that. Julian is on the airport now as well to fly out to Lisbon. And as before, I'm the person who is making the bridge at the moment. So I have but please, Sasha, present your genius project.
Urs, sorry to interrupt. We have the same situation here in Bologna. We are going to take the flight to Lisbon. It's okay. Like a race. So we have one question from the room. It is possible a very fast interaction?
Yes.
Okay.
Every time anything is possible. We are in times of disruptions, and we are flexible.
I would like to add everything is possible with you. Okay, thanks to you. So here is a colleague from Turkey, Yunus. I know him from time, and he has some remark and question, please.
So, Sasha, please wait some minutes. We take you after, and we are flying now to Turkey, and welcome our colleague from Turkey. And I have seen Irina. They are going now on the flight.
It's my pleasure, dear professor. Thank you very much for your presentation and kind information about the process of the project. Actually, I am engaging step by step in the topics. I am PhD candidate in business management and total quality management. Topic is very important because I think it is about planning of the whole the situation in the project management also. This is my opinion, and I think dear Vitali, Prof. Vitali got very good point about the production of the automobiles. It was very good cycle. I like it to see it. Thank you very much for your let me speak. Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. I'm very pleased.
I see Bologna is now traveling to Lisbon. Giovanni, don't miss your flight, please. And it was important because this was the connection and bridge in Skillman. There are many good, important companies in the automobile production, and this connection with the example of Vitali was, of course, crucial. So I really like it.
We have, I would say that is not very well represented in the general sessions, but is one of our engines for the Apulia Cove, but also at international level. One of the founders of the Skillman network is Fiat, and then now is changed the name, is Stellantis. But anyway, they are still very active. The group is more powerful now, bigger, and we receive support for them. So the automotive sector, as you well know, is very much important, is one of the main targets of our activities. So Urs, I have to apologize, but I have to leave and I have to say goodbye and to see the colleagues in Lisbon tomorrow and online, of course. Thank you very much to take the leadership of this meeting.
Thanks. And I directly have a good flight. See you. And I give directly the floor to Sasha. Sorry for waiting, but we are all very curious what you are presenting. I know in which field it is going, and it is very important.
Well, thank you, Urs, very much. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to my presentation. As Urs said, we are working together on the Erasmus Plus project, developing adaptive expertise to foster an effective learning environment. But I come from National Education Institute of Slovenia, and I work there as a senior consultant. We work very close to schools. We are supporting teachers at their professional development. So I will present a little bit the work we are doing on Institute, and of course connected with the project Urs also mentioned. What I would like to highlight today is actually that effective teaching and effective learning really goes hand in hand by each other. And of course, but when we have 30 students in the classroom, then it's the question, how should we teach that actually we encourage each student, everyone, to learn effectively. And if we look at this picture, I will show now, we can ask who wouldn't want a student like that, who is interested in everything, who is curious, who enjoy asking questions, who is planning and is engaged in planning for learning, who develop new interesting ideas, who is cooperating all the time, who takes into account the ideas of others, who cooperates during the learning process, and who is reflective, and so on and so on. And actually, to be an effective learner, you also need to feel good at school. and you feel good at school when your ideas are taken into account, when you are enjoying lessons and so on. And of course, the teacher has important responsibility for well-being in the classroom. But first of all, also teacher has to feel good and look after her or his personal well-being. And of course, also teacher has to take care of professional growth. And while working in the classroom, the teacher has to listen to the students and hear what they're saying, and support students to build their knowledge and enable all students to co-create the learning process and encourage them to cooperate with each other and so on and so on. And those statements I was showing to you are actually coming from the poster we developed in our institute. It's called the Learner Voice poster, and that poster was actually designed to support teachers while actually building a partnership with students. And as you see at the bottom are the teacher, who is really the root of effective learning and teaching in the classroom. And of course, the branches are students with all those very active role. And if we go further with my presentation, actually, we are now talking about changing the classroom culture, because effective changing learning and changing teaching is actually changing the daily classroom culture. And if we do that, and while we support schools and teachers to change that culture, then the students are reporting us like that. There is no pressure, we are relaxed, it is interesting experience of learning, and the lesson is authentic, and we all the time can ask questions and seek new ideas. We cooperate and so on and so on. And actually, at our institute, we have been working systematically on changing classroom practice through formative assessment. I will now mention formative assessment for some time. We work with teachers and schools through different projects, and the last project, of course, is our Erasmus Plus project, which I have mentioned before, and I will mention it also in further. So maybe just 2 slides to support or to maybe just make clear what formative assessment actually is. Actually, formative assessment is represented by 3 recurring activities. First is stimulating learners to think about the topic. The second is finding out what and how they are thinking, often through dialogue. And the third is identifying with them next steps for new challenges, for more effective thinking, to fuller, more certain grasp for what is being learned. The idea of formative assessment was developed in 2009 by Black and William, and is supported by 5 strategies. First is clarifying and sharing learning intentions and success criteria that move learner further. The second is engineering effective classroom discussion and other learning tasks and produce evidence. The third is providing feedback that moves learners forward. The fourth is activating students as learning resources for one another. And the fifth is activating students as the owners of their own learning. And those 5 strategies are actually supported by those 5 elements of formative assessment. So the evidence of learning, feedback, questions, self and peer evaluation, and learning intention and success criteria. And by that, we can say that formative assessment is actually the way a classroom teacher can check to make sure everyone arrives at the destination of learning, even if we take into account that the classroom is very diverse, and we are also addressing diversity today in that our session group. Those 3 sentences are actually taken from our guide for teachers for embedding formative assessment into their practice. And we would like the teachers see diversity in the classroom as their opportunity, that they see formative assessment as a way to address that that diversity, and that they see inclusion of everyone, not just students with special need, as a goal. And embedding formative assessment in daily classroom practice gives teacher more opportunity for adaptability. And there comes also our project. Adaptive Expert is an educator who is responsive to the needs of the students, which are very diverse, who all the time seek new knowledge and understanding, who actively explore some solutions, alternative solutions, who is evaluating the learning and teaching process and checking the impact, and who actually act transformatively. And in the project, developing adaptive expertise to foster an effective learning environment is actually our goal, that we develop adaptive expertise which will address student needs and change the teaching and learning practice with the emphasis on formative assessment. And as you can see, there is really ongoing interaction between teacher and student all the time. Teacher is investigator, teacher is monitoring, adjusting, and cooperating. Just because of that, just because of addressing diverse needs of their students, the teacher is all the time asking, what are the students telling me? And of course, the students are more focused on gaining new knowledge, acting and learning independently, and also learning together, so peer learning. And this picture actually shows how our teachers work in the project Adaptive Expertise. They actually use formative assessment strategies to establish effective learning environment. And effective learning environment is actually shown here with 7 principles of learning. And actually they choose one or two, not much, principles of learning. And then they put them as a goal for them. For example, if they observe that the students are not, that the social learning is not going on in their classroom, maybe that would be their goal. They will address that goal through formative assessment, which is classroom practice. And what is very important is also that the process will be happening through the spiral of inquiry, where really close connection with the students is essential, and where the professional conversation and collaborative inquiry is also essential. So they work together in a team, and in a team, they are looking for solutions, how to reach the goal among those 7 principles of learning, and of course, how to improve their classroom practice. And if I just finish, we should take a gap between whatever in the classroom, between students, between the knowledge, and the knowledge is expected, and the student knowledge and the teacher, or the gap from the teacher and student as opportunity. And we are sure in our project, Adaptive Expertise, that we will find solution how to find solution to establish very effective learning environment. So that will be all from me.
Many thanks, Sasha. Great presentation. If you can stop the share, please.
Yeah, I will.
Great. And I have to say it was not so good. You all know that the European Council does have a lead this last half year by Slovenia, who is ending this December. So I think this was just the right thing for this. And it was planned as well to have here Serumu Ikberachia from Nigeria, a colleague from us, the African universities and TVET providers are doing a high-class work at the moment in West Africa. And Serumu is the vice president of West Africa of IVITA, of the International Vocational Education Training Association. And they are working with the universities and the universities with UNESCO framework and many other partner networks. So Africa will be in the future as well part of our collaboration with Skillman and with these networks of networks, because you have seen, I think Cloud said it very, very closely. We are in a situation that we are preparing a good education for the future. And therefore, I was happy to have adaptive expertise at the end, because that shows us best in this difficult situation what we could do and how we has to embed all stakeholders in the process for making really a mind shift and a good change, a real transformation, not only a small change. And yes, I think many thanks for this. I want to mention, I see maybe Maria Elena is as well here. Maybe she can say some words to the next days and make us a little bit hunger for the next days, because there are incredible speakers on board for the future. And please say some words about the green revolution, about the inclusive revolution, social inclusion, sharing is caring. And of course, tomorrow, you can't miss that, the Chinese pavilion with the Chinese TVET providers who are coming and are showing their expertise in case studies they already have done. Incredible. So I was with Chinese TVET providers together last summer, and I was blown away how they are working and how good their quality is already. So I give the floor back to the organizers. Maria Elena, please, you are finalizing this very, very full-packed but very good first day. Your micro is muted. Maria?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So probably we have still technical problems here in Bologna. So sorry for that. Anyway, thank you all of you for taking part to this session. And also thank you to IVETA for organizing this knowledge sharing workshop, let's say. Thank you very much for staying with us during this long and very intense first day of the CIF 2021. As Horst said, tomorrow will be the second full day of the conference, and we will connect from Lisbon to from the municipality of Lisbon for the Portuguese Center of Vocational Excellence, member of the global COVE initiatives under the framework of the Skillman network, of course. So we will connect from the premises of the Portuguese Industrial Association. So let's have a rest together this evening, because tomorrow we'll have a very wide panel of events to going on with our cooperation, with our reflection and international debate on redefining the future of education and TVET. Thank you very much once again, and see you tomorrow. Thank you, Horst, for managing this session. Thank you.